Okay, thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Can I confirm that you can see and hear me? Okay, yes.
Yes.
Excellent, thank you. Time is now 9:30 and I shall resume this inquiry. I'm not proposing to do any further introductions. I think we all know each other, and I'm sure those who are observing will know who we are. Just a reminder just about a couple of housekeeping matters, though, just to remind everybody, because I think some people do forget. If you can please switch off any electronic devices that you aren't using to access this event, then please do so, or keep them on silent. And please ensure that your microphone is off if you're not speaking. So other than that, that's fine. Are there any comments or updates or anything that either of the main parties wish to tell me about?
Yes, well, Madam, Mr. Linus and I, we were just discussing the core documents, because I was telling Mr. Linus that Mr. Felton had told me he'd added the London Plan 2016, i.e. the former London Plan, to the core documents. And Mr. Linus was telling me that he's either added or wants to add the officer report into the Surrey House application, the appeal decision for which, of course, is in the core documents, and which the council has referred to in relation to the 3-bed issue. But Mr. Linus wants to add it in relation to play space. Now, you may have just overheard me say I won't have a chance to look at it in that respect when I'm asking Mr. Felton questions and asking anything about it. But I'm for myself, I'm perfectly content if Mr. Linus wants to ask Mr. Felton some questions about it. Then
are you then content to potentially pick anything up as part of re-examination?
I would have thought I'd be able to. Yeah, okay. And I'll see. Obviously, I'll see if I can look at it in a break.
Okay.
I do of course know I know the Surrey House application fairly well, but it's a little while since I looked at the actual officer report in relation to anything other than the 3-bed issue, so I can't remember what it says about play space.
Okay, thank you. Anything else that I need to be made aware of?
No, ma'am, thank you.
No. Okay, thank you. Well, in that case, Mr. Feltham, are you ready to continue your evidence in chief? Are you?
Yes, I am. Yes.
To do that. Okay,
ready.
Thank you. Over to you then, Mr. Burton.
Thank you very much, Madam. Good morning, Mr. Feltham. Now, just to remind you where we had got up to at the close yesterday, you had just explained to Madam Inspector that since the committee report on the 2018 application, the policy context for office space had changed with the London Plan 2021, and we were about to move to the next part, or the rest of inquiry issue 2. So where do we go from here, Mr. Feltham?
Okay, yeah. So so actually, what I've done is added the London Plan 2016 to the core documents. So just so that we can perhaps compare the current London Plan policies in terms of offices and the old London Plan in terms of offices, because obviously some of the developments which we've looked at were dealt with under the old London Plan, and so it's important to look at how that has changed actually.
Okay, right. Now, I must admit, I tend to have the London Plan stored on my desktop, so I haven't even looked at the council's website. Is it up on the core document list?
I have asked for it to be added. I haven't checked to see whether it has been added. I think it's been added to the core documents, which Dalton Wilmore been circulating.
Right. Yes. Well, I'm not sure. I don't think Madam Inspector is working from the Barton Wilmore. Or maybe Madam Inspector is. I'm not sure actually. Sorry, ma'am. Your mic's up.
Sorry, yeah, I can do. I do have both up. I
Okay.
try and work off the public website, as in the council's website, because that's the one that local residents are more likely to go and see. So it's making sure that every document is up there. But I do have the Barton Wilmore site up as well. So I can access the documents.
I don't think it's on our website because we only found out about this
Exactly, that's
morning,
what I'm wondering.
Okay.
Well, I mean, Mr. Feltham, it may be something that you can just explain, and then Madam Inspector can look at the bits of the 2016 London plan that you want Madam Inspector to do. She'll have full notes. So let's not hold things up by waiting for a document to be uploaded. Okay.
Okay, fine. Okay, so on the screen over here, I've got it's on page 146 of the London plan.
Okay.
March 2016.
Sorry to ask, is that an actual page number or an electronic page number?
It's the actual page number,
yeah.
And then the electronic page number is 157.
Okay, and just to be clear, what policy are you looking at?
Policy 4.2, entitled
yes,
offices.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
So shall I explain some of the
yeah, just explain your point. As I say, we won't wait for the document to be uploaded.
I suppose in 4.2 we've got policies to sorry, it's in relation to LDF preparation.
I'm just downloading it now. Yeah, that's right. Got it.
Is it up, Mr. Linus? Sorry, is that what you're saying? Oh,
it was speaking. I'll mute myself now. We do have it.
Okay.
No, I can't see it up at the moment. So on the website, but doesn't mean you can't. Just continue.
Okay,
right,
fine.
Sorry, sorry, Mr. Felton, what are we comparing this with? I should say.
So we've in the new London plan, we've got policy E1 on offices, particularly paragraphs G and H, which relate to. I'll read those sections. Development proposals related to new or existing offices should take into account the need for a range of suitable workspace, including lower cost and affordable workspace. And H, the scope for the reuse of otherwise surplus large office spaces for smaller office units should be explored. And there is also, then we've got E2, which part C is useful in terms of development proposals that involve the loss of existing B use class business space, including creative and artist workspace in areas identified in a local development plan document. So these are, this is sort of providing suitable business space. That one's entitled. And then just as a general, a new policy E3, affordable workspace, that has also been introduced. And I think the point really is that there's been a sort of shift and some new emphasis really on looking at repurposing existing offices for lower cost offices, which perhaps wasn't in the old London plan.
Okay.
So I think that's probably the main point in terms of, and I think also the 4.2 of the old London plan sort of entitled strategic and LDF preparation, whereas the new London plan is to be read in terms of decision making as well. So that's a change as well.
Okay. Right. Anything else you want to say about that comparison?
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, I guess the important thing is that since the committee report in 2019, which is on the 2018 application. This has changed. So what may have been considered acceptable then, albeit as we were talking about yesterday, also was in relation to some newer evidence on marketing. This has changed since that report on the 2018 application.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Fine. Understood. Thank you, Mr. Felton. Right. Can we move on to the rest of issue 2?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So this is the shopping frontage commercial space point, and I'm sure, Mr. Felton, everyone will forgive you if you refer to the commercial space as retail. We will know what you mean.
Yes, absolutely. So the in terms of this application, as I say in my proof, we lose over 600 square meters of space at ground and first floor. It's only and also as part of that we lose the Broadway, which was the only sort of recognised bar pub in the district centre, and I suppose crucially, what this hasn't taken the opportunity to do is to provide a significant amount of commercial floor space around the Pocket Plaza. There is about 300 square meters around there, so that's replacing the sort of 900 square meters which we had previously. But certainly when we were talking about this earlier in the process, at pre-application stage, we were sort of keen to say, well, can you get more floor space around here, perhaps at first floor, to mean yes, the Pocket Plaza is a benefit, but we need more life around it, and I suppose it's kind of crucial when you sort of look at the plans at ground and first floor around there. There's quite an area of sort of residential storage and access points, but then on the first floor you then start immediately with the residential floor space, and then behind that is the access to the bike stores. So certainly at first floor there is a greater opportunity to provide more floor space around here, and obviously that's particularly crucial given that we're introducing 499 extra residential units here, which will generate more demand for these uses.
Okay. I wonder, Mr. Felton, would it be appropriate to actually pick up a plan so Madam Inspector can just follow on a plan and see what you mean, what you're referring to, the various features you just remarked on. We've obviously got all the application plans. I don't know where the best place to go to would be.
It would probably be the ground floor level plan.
Okay, so that's in CD 1.4. We've got all the architectural drawings. So do we go to proposed ground floor level?
Proposed, yes, absolutely. Proposed ground floor. Yes.
08052.
Absolutely, that is the one. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
I have that.
Great, thank you, madam.
Okay.
Well, just make sure, madam. Just walk us. If you walk us round the plaza, Mr. Feltham, in whatever clockwise or anti-clockwise, but just make clear where you're starting, so madam can follow what you're referring to.
Yeah, fine. Okay, so is yours coloured with pink, like mine is?
Yes, yeah,
Yes.
there are the two pink commercial units.
Yeah. So we've got a commercial unit of 123 square meters on the left of the image, and then as you go back into to the plaza, you've got residential lobby and then garden storage.
Yeah.
Then sort of behind at the back of the pocket plaza, I suppose away from the Broadway, you've got a blank wall. That's there is restrictions there because obviously you'll see behind that is road, but then
yeah, so that's got some green wall treatment on it. I think you can just see little bits of that.
It has absolutely. And then you come round and you've got a parcel store, then you've got a residential lobby, and then you've got 166 square meters of commercial floor space. So that gives us a total of 289 by my calculations, just under 300 square meters.
Yeah.
I think it's also worth looking at proposed level 01.
Yeah.
Which is 08053.
Yeah, I've got that.
Okay, so this is obviously the level immediately above here. So where we were seeking more commercial floor space, you'll see there's we start going the same way round. We've got flats. There, and then as we move round to what is to the east, but the bit furthest away from Tolworth Broadway, you'll see there's a sort of blue access corridor, and then behind that is a bike store. And we continue further around, staff welfare, and then another flat. So all of that area, there's potential for more commercial floor space, which would help to offset the loss of commercial floor space.
Yeah. And just to make sure we put this in its policy context, how do you put this in the context of the policy here? What's actually proposed?
Well, we in terms of policy D19, we've got a.
That's just hold on. That's the core strategy policy, isn't it?
Core strategy policy. Yeah. I can find a page for that. That's page 164. I believe it's something like 11 higher in the.
Yeah, it's page 172.
172, 8 higher.
Yeah, I think I think there's always a difference of 8, so it's electronic 172.
And this policy basically seeks to protect existing retail uses within shopping frontages, which the retail units along the Broadway are in a retail shopping frontage. Obviously, it would have been class A1 to 3 or 5. Now that's changed to class E, which is a sort of wider sort of catch-all, but it includes all of these types of uses. And you've also got the London Plan policy E9 retail, which is at 267 of the London Plan. And that thing has particular protection for these types of uses within this type of. So actually, yeah, if you look at policy E9C2, that supports convenience retail in all town centres, and particularly in district, local and neighbourhood centres, to secure inclusive neighbourhoods and a sustainable pattern of provision where there is less need to travel. So this being a district centre, that's particularly important.
Okay. Okay, so just standing back from then, you've explained that the loss in terms of the quantum, as it were, that you see the plaza as the benefit, but you want more. So how does that fit? How do you suggest the inspector approaches the policy matrix against the facts, as it were?
Well, I suppose I suppose to kind of round this off, the other sort of point, I suppose, which we're comparing this against is in relation to the what is being offered instead of the retail. So that there's the pocket plaza, which in relation to which provides us a certain amount of space, but in relation, I suppose, to sort of design review panel, this went to design review panel. They were seeking 400. Well, they were told it's 400 square meters of in terms of pocket plaza, but actually the design review panel report says there should be more.
Sorry, so look, I'm Mr. Feldman, I'm struggling to follow you here. But you started talking about the design review panel report, which I see is on your list of documents you wanted to talk about.
Yeah.
Do we need to look at that?
Yes, I think we do need to look at that. So that's
right.
CD
Written.
6.5. Is that CD?
Actually, yes, sorry, you've written 6.7 there, but that
yes, I have.
6.7 is actually the council's pre-app response, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely.
And 6.5 is the design review. So which one?
So it's actually CD 6.5 is the one that I meant to refer to. So
okay. Okay, we'll just hold on whilst we'll get that up.
Yeah, I've got it.
Thank you.
So there are recommendations in that, and that includes increasing the amount of genuine ground floor public realm to complement the density of development being proposed. Now, we've just looked at the ground floor plan. Now that ground floor plan is the same ground floor plan that was put to the design review panel. It indicated in the presentation, and I think this is also in the 2015 design and access statement, that
2015 design and access statement. Yeah. Right. Okay.
No, sorry. The current design and access statement.
Right.
That's the total area of public realm will be 400 square meters. Well, that included areas which were sort of in front of the shop, so I suppose provided a widened footpath, but actually didn't provide the widened square. So probably worth just looking at in terms of what size the square is, because it says that it's 18 meters wide. That
well, I remember Mr. Taylor saying that in his
yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
And then actually, if we get the design and access statement, actually sets it out as 17.1 meters deep.
Okay, right.
So if we do the maths on that, that's 308 square meters. So I suppose not only is it not got bigger, it isn't the 400 square meters that was perhaps promised.
Yeah.
I suppose if we read the design review panel's document, there's an expectation that they will go back for I was trying to get in. They'll go back for a second review, and this is also highlighted in actually what is the CD67, which is the pre-application response. It was suggested that it will be a two-stage design review panel.
Yeah.
But actually that it never did go back to. It was never taken back to the second design review panel.
No. Okay. Right. So we don't get to see, as it were, what the DRP thought about anything that had happened or hadn't happened with the scheme, because they only looked at it once.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. Right. Now, can I just bring you back there? Can I bring you back to my question, Mr. Felton? Which was my question was, I was asking you whether you could just tell the inspector how you feel she should put the facts on the ground, plug them into the context of the policies here. You told us what you consider the policies at play are.
Yeah.
Told us about the facts on the ground, as it were.
Yeah. So obviously what we have is a contrary to policy DM19 and of the core strategy and policy E9 of the London plan, policies which seek to retain sort of retail and these kind of commercial uses. We have a loss of a significant amount of retail uses in I suppose the heart of Tolworth district centre, which is contrary to policy, and obviously this is close to probably the main anchor of Tolworth district centre, the M&S. That is a significant loss which sort of weighs against this development.
Yeah. And could I just ask you one question about a point you've made a few times about the council, and you also, the council wanting more retail around the pocket plaza, and you just explained with the plans.
Yes.
What you see as lots of opportunities, actually, ground floor, first floor, for more retail there.
Yes.
You may feel that actually you shouldn't actually be drawn on this to express a view, but I'm just interested. I mean, in the hypothetical world, if you had all of that retail at ground and first floor that you wanted, have you thought about what your position would be then, or is it just that's not what before you?
No, I think then we would have retained most, if not all, of the retail floor space, plus some benefit from the public square, and obviously a place to retail units and commercial units around the square to make the most of that public facility, and having those public retail commercial units around it, then that would be much more likely to gain support, and in my view that would then make this acceptable on that point.
Okay, thank you. Right. Anything else on issue on that, the retail sub issue then?
No, I don't think there's anything else on that.
Fine. Okay. Issue 3 then. The 3-bed plus units issue.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, actually, Mr. Linus asked Mr. Scott about this, or perhaps question with Mr. Scott what the council's position was, do you recall, on policy DM13?
Yes. Yes, it was. Yes, I mean, I think the point was really about what I say in paragraph 12.15 of my proof.
Okay, hold on. Yeah. Okay, so that's your as it were concluding paragraph on this 3-bed units issue.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
And there I say, well, in relation to viability, I anticipate the appellant will say that more 3-bed plus units would reduce the amount of affordable housing, but the policy wording is unviable, not less viable. So if we go to policy DM13, sort of the core strategy. At part B there, it says.
Yeah. So this is document page 149, and obviously electronic page 8 more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it says council expect proposals for new residential development to incorporate a mix of unit sizes and types, provide a minimum of 30% of dwellings as 3 or more bedroom units, unless it can be robustly demonstrated that this would be unsuitable or unviable. So I flagged in 12.15 that we anticipate there may be an argument from the appellant that this would reduce the amount of affordable housing, but that wouldn't necessarily make it unviable. and so therefore we have a sort of clear policy conflict there, which was touched on yesterday.
Yeah. And just to be absolutely clear about it, you have a clear policy conflict because
well, I mean, the basis for the policy is found in again to the documents which are referred to on my document list. So you've got Kingston and North East Surrey SHMA 2016, core document 5.6, and then core document 5.6a is a London SHMA 2017.
Yeah, I mean you've actually, so these were the documents, Mr. Felton, you corrected the core document numbers for when you made those few corrections at the start of your evidence yesterday. Is that right?
Absolutely, that is right. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And you've obviously in your proof you've
corrected. Okay, but I haven't corrected it on the list. Is that right?
No, sorry. I think the list. I think you've got the right numbers in the list. No, I'm just double checking back in your proof, obviously, and you've
yes, yes, I have. Yes,
you've given Madam Inspector in your proof some statistics, as it were, some percentages.
Yes, absolutely. So, in terms of the well, in terms of in paragraph 12.7 of my proof, this is the Kingston study, Kingston and North East Surrey. The objectively assessed need would need to be 72% of new provision as 3 and 4 bedroom units, and as a London-wide figure, from the paragraph 12.8, that would be 41% of the requirement in relation to market and intermediate housing tenure types. It doesn't include the social rent part of that, part of the table on page 94 of that document of the London Housing Strategic Housing Market Assessment. That's why you'll see the table is slightly different, but that is how we get to 41% there.
Oh,
so
right.
we obviously our policy is asking for 30%, but you know what is evidenced by information that's subsequent to the core strategy is actually a requirement for higher than that.
Yeah. Yeah, I understand. And in terms of what this scheme is offering,
this scheme is offering 6.8% as 3-bed or more units. We've referred earlier to the Surrey House appeal. That was which is in Kingston Town Centre. That was offering 15%, but that, despite the appellant sort of running those arguments very hard, that was dismissed on the grounds of lack of 3-bedroom units. And I suppose it's worth saying that in terms of the sort of surrounding areas, they're very different, but in terms of 3-bed plus units, the surrounding areas around Kingston and Tolworth, there are many 3-bed units around Tolworth. You'll have seen from this, but if you also look around Kingston, it's a different form of 3-bed plus, but the higher density 3-bed plus units around there. Not that our policy seeks to look at what surrounds it, but there was a point made about how we dealt with an earlier scheme on this site, which talked about looking at the area holistically. Well, that isn't the approach we take in the policy, but even if we did, it's the areas surrounding the town and district centres that have the 3-bed units. So much development comes forward in town and district centres, and it's there where we need to ensure that we get the 30%. Otherwise, we're not going to get anywhere close to hitting that 30% target.
Yeah, understood. Okay, and just I mean, one question that you touched on it at the beginning, but one question about how this policy DM13B and what's actually proposed here fits with the evidence that you've heard from Mr. Scott regarding viability, and you've read from Mr. Ashdown's, the appellant's viability witness. Obviously, we can see what Mr. Ashdown has said about 3-bed units and the effect of increasing the percentage. So, what's your evidence on that? Just to be clear on that.
Well, Mr. Ashdown's evidence actually looks at three different scenarios in terms of increasing affordable housing, and actually talks about it would reduce the viability by certain amounts, but actually what it seems to say is actually if we increase the affordable housing into, I think, through the first scenario, well, we could do that and that would still be viable. I think it actually says that affordable housing, the 3-bed units could be increased, and would still, the scheme would still be viable. What we aren't 100% sure is, and Richard Ashdown and Matthew Scott are going to be working on this, is to say, well, actually, what is the actual impact if you change the amount of 3-bed units?
Right. Anything else on issue 3?
No, I think that's covered it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, I've got one final question on it. I think it may be obvious from the answer just given, but if hypothetically a scheme cannot, for whatever reason, cannot hit the 30% minimum, let alone the more than 30%, as it were, what do you say the correct approach to that in policy terms is?
Yeah, okay, so what you would seek to do is to get as close to that 30% as you could. That would allow you to to provide a viable scheme, but the deficit against that policy would be less, and therefore you would have still a conflict, but a less of a conflict. So try to maximize the 3-bed units.
Right. Issue 4, effect on character and appearance.
Yeah. Okay. I think that this is basically an issue really in terms of we haven't refused this application on the design of this proposal, but in terms of
the statement of case makes clear there's no issue with the visual, whatever the wording is, visual impact, visual effects of the height and bulk mats, I think.
Yeah. So, I suppose again we have the new National Planning Policy Framework 2021, which is about providing beautiful developments. It's just really a question then, I think, of when we're considering this, we're looking at this in terms of the planning balance, which will sort of come on to later. But it's then how much weight you can give this in terms of whether it is beautiful, and we say that it's not. It's in a way that the previous scheme sought to replicate some of the features of the Tolworth Tower, which we've said is a beautiful building, in the way that the building sort of hit the ground and had those features which sort of grounded it. It doesn't in my view sort of replicate some of those features. So it's more sort of bland and generic than perhaps the previous the previous scheme.
Just to be clear, the previous scheme you are referring to
is a 2015 scheme. So
yeah, I see. Well, you've referred in your rebuttal to various bits of the.
Looking at this retail policy on me.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Linus. Did you say something?
Ms. Sargent, your microphone is on. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Fulham, you've referred to various bits of the 2015 scheme design and access statement in your rebuttal proof, and you've obviously, yes. As far as I can tell, you've in your list of documents you wanted to refer to, looks like you've got those references again in your list.
Yeah. So that
Do we? I mean, is that something you actually want to take, Madam Inspector?
Yeah, I think it would be useful. So if we look at CD 7-1C.
Yeah.
I think page 63.
Yeah.
Is probably a 63 and 64 is a good place to see what's proposed there. And if you've got to that, you'll see that there's it's that an obvious response to that, certainly as it hits the ground. You can see that in both the sort of aerial view and the elevation from Tolworth Broadway, which is on page 64.
Yeah.
So
yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, go. Sorry, Mr. Fulham, I thought you'd finish.
Yeah, I suppose the other thing to sort of think about here is in relation to the Tolworth area plan.
Okay, yeah, you've got that on your list as well. Yeah.
So that's CD 5-8. Pages 22 to 26.
Yeah. Okay. I'm there.
Yeah. And what you'll see in looking at that, I suppose what it's worth saying, perhaps before we look at this, is that this was based on so you've got the Tolworth area plan here, and you'll see if you look across, if you've got able to get both on the same screen, that you'll see that this is the same scheme basically that's shown on page 22, I think it is, of the Tolworth area plan.
Right. Sorry, it's the same scheme as what we're looking at in the DAS, is it?
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah. Now, there's actually some errors in this document, in that it says, if you look on one of the later pages, that this is something that has planning permission. Well, it didn't, and it never did get planning permission. But I suppose what's also important about the Tolworth area plan, which because it has been mentioned before, is that it's never been adopted, and it seems very unlikely there ever will be. The last time it was ever considered was in 2018, where it went to two committees that year and was deferred from both. Yeah, that just gives, because it's been mentioned, so I thought it was useful to give some sort of the actual factual position on that.
Yeah, I think Mr. Taylor mentioned it in his presentation, as I recall. Okay, so your point, your point about the area plan, so far as this application is concerned, or rather, sorry, this site is concerned, being that it had in it the 2015 scheme with all that was or wasn't, basically.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Any other points that you want to make about either the 2015 DAS or the Tolworth area plan?
No.
Okay. Okay. I mean, just to be clear, anything else to say about this issue 4?
No, I don't think there's anything else to say about issue 4.
Great. Now, issue 5, quantum and quality of amenity space and play space. Now, as I think you heard Mr. Linus say, that he he wants to put in the officer report on the Surrey House decision, which I must admit I've not looked at, Mr. Feltham, and I don't know if you have.
No, I haven't.
No. Okay, fine. Well, he'll ask some questions about that. Well, I just wonder where should we start here? I note, of course, from the appellant's opening, what was said about the actual physical shortfall in space, which I think was a figure of just over 1,000 square meters in the appellant's opening. Is obviously quite different from the figure that you get to on your calculations,
Absolutely,
which is 2,000 square meters. So, shall we start with that?
Yes, absolutely. I think that's useful. So it's probably worth. There's 3 plans to look at here.
Yeah.
Which is CD16. CD3.
You've got them list. You've got the list in your doc list, haven't you? Yeah.
Yes, I have. Yes.
Yeah.
CD35 and CD95, the appendix.
Yeah. So that's Mr. Price's appendix.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
They are broadly the same plan, but
do we need them all up at once, or can we go through them?
Well, yeah. I'm trying to think what the best. If we get up CD16 first.
Yeah.
Just going to do that myself. So that shows.
Can I just ask which one?
Yes, there are 3 CD16s, Mr. Felton.
So it's 101, which is in mind the first of
Thank
those.
you. Yeah, I've got that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So that should show the second floor, which is the sort of largest of the communal amenity spaces.
Yeah.
So that was the original landscape plans, and I suppose if you look at the one in appendix of David Price, this is
Yeah. Well, there's one between then. Sorry, are we going to go through them sequentially?
Yeah, let's do that. So CD35.
Yeah. So right now, CD35 is so that's the July one.
Yes,
July,
so that was
July 2021.
yes.
Yeah.
That sets out in part the sort of basis for the sort of calculations and based on the earlier landscape. Although again, actually, there's areas which you'll see have been introduced to the east of the hotel and North Point, which will become even clearer when we move on to David Price's appendix, which is CD95.
Okay.
You'll see some play space areas dotted along that eastern side in particular,
Yes, I think he marks those to C, I think.
Yes, yeah. There's one just to the north, west of the hotel as well.
Okay.
So, you'll see, I suppose, from that basically all of that area has been sort of counted for communal amenity space and play space. But I suppose that the simplest thing perhaps is to just talk about how we've calculated the amenity space, but based on these plans.
Okay.
So we have a figure of 1,439 square meters of private amenity space, which is as submitted in the application documents, and that includes all the balconies on T2 and T3. And then we have 320 square meters communal amenity space on top of T2 and T3, so it's 160 square meters on top of each. And then I've sort of gone through this this plan, whichever one you pick, and sort of looked at areas where there's very obviously sort of defensible space around North Point and the hotel particularly, and areas around the base of T2 and T3. There's other areas which seem to be having been included, such as the circular top to the ramp marked 2E, and then a couple of sort of white buildings further to the south near the allotment area, and there's quite a few areas which are sort of quite obviously busy routes between buildings or into buildings, and there's a fire escape from the hotel which comes into the main amenity area, and when you go sort of round to the east of North Point and the hotel, so you can actually walk all the way around this. You go under a sort of undercroft at the southern end of North Point, but quite a lot of this is a route that you could walk round, but quite a lot of it is defensible space because you're right up against the hotel and North Point. So in terms of getting to my figure, which I calculate as 2,937 square meters, some of these I didn't consider all of this was to be counted as amenity space. Now clearly it's a matter of judgment to some extent, but I consider in terms of calculating it's been fairly generous. I feel I probably could have justified taking out another 400 square meters if necessary, but I've sort of gone through a sort of middle grounds. Now, if I take the 1439, the 320, and the 46 and the 2937, then I get to 4,696 square meters. So, and I guess once we've done that, I guess it's crucial then to work through what the requirement should be.
Well, I don't know to what extent we need to do that, Mr. Felton, because it is agreed in the statement of common ground what the Kingston requirement is.
Yes, absolutely, it is. Yes, yes, which is agreed as 6,694 square meters. So,
yeah. Now, I mean, what the statement of common ground flags up is that there's a dispute. It's what's flagged in the statement of common ground at, I think it's paragraph 8.9, as to whether the lower London plan amenity space standard should apply, as I understand it.
Yeah. Whereas actually, if we look at London Plan Policy D6, is that on my list? Let me just find that. Page 125 of the actual document.
So this, right, you're in CD53, are you, London Plan?
CD53, absolutely, I am in CD53, yeah.
Yeah. What's the electronic page?
You
have it?
I don't have that.
Okay.
I'm looking at a paper copy. Might be able to find it there.
140. Just make sure Madam Inspector's there.
I'm there, thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Right.
Okay. Yes, policy D6 F9 talks about private outside space.
Yeah.
And this says where there are no higher local standards in the borough development plan documents, a minimum of 5 square meters should be provided. Now, there are higher local standards which are in the council's residential design SPD, which is CD 516, pages 41 and 42.
Yeah. Okay. Now I don't know whether we actually need to go into that, given there is agreement about the borough requirement, Mr. Felton.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
I mean, so I don't want to take up time unnecessarily. Okay. I mean, I've got one question actually on or I wonder if you can help me with this on D6 F9. Mm-hmm. This wording, where there are no higher local standards in the borough development plan documents, a minimum of 5 square meters of private outdoor space should be provided for 1 to 2 person dwelling, and an extra 1 square meter, and so on. I'm just trying to just trying to think about this. So, private outdoor space, what is meant by that here?
It's talking about things like balconies for residents. That sort of thing in this context.
Okay, and what the borough does is the borough has a higher standard in terms of the amount of square meterage.
Yes.
Yeah, I see. But I think as you explain your proof, the way the borough policy works is that you can, if you can't provide the balcony, if you can't provide the private space, you can make it up.
Yes, absolutely. So it's a combination really of policy guidance 13-14, which together gives you the private is 10 square meters per unit plus 1 square meters for each additional occupant. And you anywhere where you have a shortfall, so obviously Tolworth Tower provided very little private amenity space, so therefore we allow that to be provided in the communal space on a square meter by square meter basis.
Rather than insisting, as it were, on what's in the London plan of in terms of private. I see. Okay.
Yes.
That's helpful. Thank you. And one question then about the Tolworth Tower. Very little private amenity space. There is this. I think you mentioned it. There is something maybe at the 22nd floor. What have you done with that, or what does one do with that?
Well, it does seem, although it's not very clear, because it's the way the drawings are done is very different to the way the drawings are done on T2 and T3, but there looks like there may be some space. It doesn't seem fully detailed if that's what it is supposed to be, because you've just got sort of white lines which go around and between sort of spaces outside of the flats, or just on the top floor. Have had a look at that. Some of those spaces are larger than our requirements, which means, if we were assessing that, we would only be looking at giving it the credit effectively for what it met up to our standards. Because the fact they may have double on one of theirs is no benefit to any of the other units which have no below that floor have no amenity space other than what's then provided on level 2.
Understood. Okay, anything else to say about the actual quantum of amenity space?
No, I mean, well, if we're, I suppose there's, in terms of amenity space, no, but then obviously we then need to move on to play space. Okay,
well, okay, right. So what do you want to say about play space?
So again agreed that the figure there is that this would generate a requirement of 1,285 square meters of play space.
And just to put that in context, I think we do need the statement of common ground open, don't we? So make sure we're actually looking at this in terms of what's agreed and what isn't. So CD45. So we've got, as I understand it, there's an agreed overall figure, the 6,600 odd figure. There's for borough requirements and within that there's an agreed figure of 5,409 for amenity, and then then obviously there's an agreement about the play space, and you add the two together, and that's how you get to your 6,000.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. That's correct. Yeah. So do we, given all those agreements, how long do we need to spend on play space, Mr. Felton? Because I'm conscious of the time. Well, I think we've agreed basically that we get to the total amount of required amenity space and play space by adding those two together, which is agreed in the statement of common ground. I suppose there seems to be a suggestion by the appellant that we could somehow share these spaces between play space and amenity space, but we don't accept that. And obviously, as I've talked about, the private, the communal amenity space is there to provide some amenity space for people that don't have it in general. So whilst you could have some sort of playable spaces, you overall need that space so that people that don't want to play can find a quiet space to sit and read a book and things like that. So the children playing and adults sitting in peace, enjoying some sunshine or whatever, being outdoors, can't really overlap in that regard.
Right. Anything else on quantum? So I'm conscious you say some things about quality in your written evidence. So we haven't finished this issue quite yet.
Yeah. So I suppose just to highlight the amount of space that's being provided is 70% of what should be required. So there's quite a shortfall. There's quite a shortfall there. So yeah, I think I'm then ready to move on to the quality of the amenity and play space. And here we have the BRE sunlight and daylight guidance, which very simply says that for an amenity space to be
sorry, Mr. Felton. Now, this is a document that is in the core document. So, do we need to look at it?
Yes, we should look at it. Is it? I'm just trying to see if it's in my list. I think it's been added quite recently, actually.
Yeah. Well.
I'm not sure I have that reference isn't on my list of documents, I don't think.
Well, the BRE guides at 8:15. CD 815 site layout, site layout planning for daylight and sunlight, a guide to good practice. It's a
Yes.
second
So it is,
edition.
yeah. Let me just find that correct.
Well, if where are we looking? There's a section that deals with open spaces. Is that where we're looking?
Yes, I think it is, which is starting at page 18. And it's probably it's a summary on page 20.
Okay, well, hold on. Right, so with page 18, which is electronic page 28, is headed 3.3 gardens and open spaces.
Yes.
Yeah, are we in the right place?
We are, yeah. And then if we move down 2 pages just to get to the summary of of that, so I think we're on electronic page 30, actual page 20.
Yeah.
And that says it's recommended for it to appear adequately sunlit throughout the year. At least half of the garden or amenity area should receive at least 2 hours of sunlight on the 21st of March. So there was a change to the drawings which added the ramp roof, which you'll see on the plans as that circular area to the north of the site.
Okay. Now just make sure we're all able to follow you, Mr. Feltham. The drawings you're referring to being
well, I suppose CD 95 in David Price's proof. That's,
well, I'm not sure, you've got a reference to Mr. Lonergan's proof, who's the appellant's daylight and sunlight witness in your documents list.
Okay, yeah.
Are we looking at Mr. Price or Mr. Lonergan?
So yes, okay, yeah. So if we look at CD 96, and we have on page 10, that's first page.
Page 10, yeah.
Page 10. So there we see the areas with so the yellow areas are areas with 2 or more hours of sunlight, and the areas that are blue are the areas with less than 2 hours of sunlight on March 21st, and that's obviously September 21st as well. So that gives a snapshot in that time. Obviously it gets less towards December the 21st, it gets more towards June the 21st, but these are obviously designed to be outside space to be used throughout the year. So it's worth noting on that you know, if you look at that with the with the landscape plan, you'll see that certain areas, such as the sort of main children's play area, are in do not get the 2 hours of sunlight.
Yeah, I see. Now, okay. Now, I mean, the BRE guide, as the name suggests, it's only a guide. So, what do you say, Madam Inspector, should do with it? Do with those guidelines applied to the facts in the context of the policy matrix?
Well, yes. I mean, it is guide. What it's looking at the whole area, but what is very noticeable is that if you look at certain parts of that, you're not hitting the 50% at the northern end of the development because of the significant shadowing that's caused by the 2 towers, and that does make that part of the amenity space sort of much less appealing. It's probably not surprising that that's the case, because you're between 2 tall towers, and you're also between North Point and the hotel. So therefore, you get that a big area which is not going to see that much sunshine, even on March 21st.
Yeah, and I think, well, I mean, as you said, we can see from the landscape plan that is where the main playground is.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. So yeah. So, in summary, I mean, it says it's providing 53%. Well, it's interesting that the area to the very north is all shown as yellow in getting the 2+ hours, because it also shows a kind of pergola. I guess we have to sort of trust that the evidence that's in front of us, but it's not clear that it should necessarily be completely yellow, but that's what we've accepted. But even with all of that, we're only getting to 53%, which is borderline, given the target of 50%.
Yeah. Okay. Right. And when you're talking about it, you're talking about Mr. Lonergan's diagram, are you? And
yes.
And the table he's got underneath it. Okay. So I mean, question about that then. I mean, as I say, the BRE guide is obviously only a guide, but everyone seems to use it. So if you've got a play area, which you've explained is getting less than the guideline, but that play area is within a larger area, which, if you take the whole area, gets slightly above the guideline. How should Madam Inspector approach that, do you say?
Well, I think if you're looking at because obviously the play area is where the play area is, what you're getting is an area which, if you take that part, is not going to make great play space, particularly in the sort of cooler months of the year. So, the fact that the bit to the south is good definitely doesn't take away from the fact that the area to the north of this is very poor and wouldn't make great play space on that point.
Okay. So you are you're looking at the play space, looking at what that's meant to do, and you're looking at that, and you're not. Yeah. Okay. I think I understand. All right. Okay.
Mr. Burton, can I just ask a question there?
Yes, of course, madam.
Can it just be explained to me the policy context? You've talked about the BRE guide in relation to quality. You've gone back to policy in relation to quantity, but not in relation to quality. So is there a policy context that I need to be aware of that's set out in policy that I need to take account of? Either local policy or national policy, whatever.
Yes, absolutely, madam. Yes,
Thank you. Just for my own clarification.
Well, I was hoping to encourage Mr. Feltham into that by asking him to put it in the policy matrix. So
Okay.
So we're going to have another go.
Thank you.
Fine.
That would be really helpful if you can just clarify that, please. Thank you.
Okay. Fine. Okay. So I think we're talking in terms of policy D9 of the I think is
so that's in the London plan, Mr. Feltham.
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which let me just find that.
And of course, D9 is the tall buildings policy. Is that?
Yes. Which is
so it starts at document page 138. So the electronic page will be a bit further on, but it's quite a long policy.
Yeah, I have that policy.
So if we look at C3,
yeah,
it's policy there about environmental impact. So wind, daylight, sunlight penetration, and temperature conditions around the buildings, they must be carefully considered, not compromise the enjoyment of open spaces around the building. So obviously this is in the context of tall buildings being, which we're dealing with obviously 2 new tall buildings. We need to consider carefully what the environmental impact would be on, or what environment would be created effectively on for the amenity spaces that would be used by these tall buildings.
Yeah. And then at the local level, we've already well, let's just make sure. Do we need to look at the core strategy to get that bit of the matrix in as well?
think there is. Yeah, I'm not. It's not immediately jumping out to me the policies. When we do have policies for policy DM10 for design requirements for new developments, which obviously talks about ensuring adequate private and communal amenity space.
Yeah.
And
yeah, well, there's a, I mean, there's a long list in DM10, obviously.
yes. But yeah, so I mean, certainly getting the amounts is set out in our residential design SPD,
Yeah.
and the quality of that is in London Plan, and as you say, the BRE guidance is the part of that we look at for sunlight and daylighting to those spaces.
Yeah.
I think we do refer to sunlight and daylighting guidance. I think that probably is also in the residential design SPD.
Well, look, Mr. Felton, we can all read DM10 and we can all see what it says on the point. I think you may you made me struggling to see it yourself at the moment, actually. But these things do sometimes happen when you're giving evidence.
Yeah, I suppose. I mean, K. I guess we've got part K. We're looking then at amenities of occupants in terms of privacy outlook, sunlight, daylight. So that's going to be as relevant to their individual properties as it is to the amenity space on which they rely.
Okay, so look, okay, so we looked London Plan D9 talks about the environment. We've got something about daylight and sunlight in D10 as well. Is there anywhere else that Madam Inspector needs to be bearing in mind in terms of the policy matrix, in terms of the quality of the environment, if you can put it that way?
Yeah, the only thing, obviously, at the end of DM10, it does talk about the residential design SPD, so it's specifically referred to there.
Yeah. Well, that's okay. I think we can go into that if we need to, but I don't know. Do we need to, Mr. Felton?
I'm not sure. I don't know. Certainly, I've looked at it in relation to the amount. I can't recall precisely what it says in terms of the quality, although I believe it does have something to say. So,
can I suggest, and again, Mr. Burton, it will be, I'd like your comments on it, that we take a break. I'm aware that we've been going for quite some time, and I know that we won't finish your evidence in chief before we take a break anyway. So is this a good point, so that it just gives Mr. Feltham time to just find the relevant parts in the SPD that he may or may not wish to point out to me. I just don't want to I just want to ensure that I don't miss anything.
Absolutely. Mr. Felton, that sounds eminently sensible. Could you use a break to
Absolutely.
just check, gather your
Useful.
thoughts? Thank
Yes,
you,
absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, what I'd like to do then, if we can, it's 10 minutes or 11 minutes past. So if we can be back at 20 to 12, please, and then we will continue with evidence in chief. So
Thank you.
I'll adjourn for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll resume the inquiry now. Just wait for everybody to come back.
Thank you, Madam. Mr. Felton?
Thank you.
Hello.
Right. Thank you, Madam, for that opportune break. Mr. Felton, have you had a chance to gather your thoughts about the policy or guidance matrix and what you'd like, Madam Inspector, to bear in mind in terms of the quality of the space?
Yes, absolutely, I have done. Thank you. So actually, if we look at the Residential Design Guide (SPD), policy guidance 13, which is on page 41, 42, I think, of the electronic version.
Okay, so we're in CD 516. Is that right?
Yes, we are.
Yeah.
So if you've got that, you'll see firstly that it talks about the amount of space required, but then if you go to the bottom of that box,
Which where are we in the document? Sorry.
Page 43 of the electronic version.
And that's.
Thank you. No, I've got that now. Thank you.
Yeah.
And what? Sorry. Right. And that's one page back in the actual document, is it? What?
Yes.
What
yes.
Yeah. What box are you looking at then?
Actually, so sorry. It's actually titled 41. But it does spill over onto 42 as well, so that it goes across those.
What box? What box or text?
Policy guidance 13.
Got you. Yeah, I see.
Yeah. So it's a purple box. So that talks about the amounts initially, which is we've talked through that. Then at the bottom of that, it talks about new garden land.
Yeah.
And it says that will be expected to be designed, and amongst other things, fourth bullet point, benefiting from good levels of direct sunlight.
Yeah.
So that's obviously relevant anyway, but the communal amenity space is in large part to compensate for the lack of private amenity space in Tolworth Tower. But this is also, if we then scroll down to policy guidance 14, which talks about communal amenity space. Again, towards the bottom of that, we've got 4 bullet points, and the third one is says that where communal open space is provided, development proposals should demonstrate that the space is designed to take advantage of direct sunlight.
Okay.
But I think it's also worth looking at just in terms of play space in the mayor's SPG. So is that got a? I'm not sure that has.
What one are we looking at, Mr.? What's the document, Mr. Felton?
So it's the mayor's SPG on play space.
What is that? 519.
519. It is absolutely, yeah. And if we look at paragraph 4.48,
hold on. 4.48. What page?
65 of the actual document, which is I think 75 of the electronic version.
Yeah.
Um,
Okay.
It's just talking about the sort of overall design, and it talks about in I think the second sentence, if leftover spaces overshadowed or windy spaces are utilised, these should be made worthy through innovative design. So obviously the indication of that is that we're looking for spaces for play which are not overshadowed or windy. If they are, well, then something clever needs to happen to make them better and more usable. And then that sort of refers on to table 4.8, which just gives some of the sort of design principles around designing play space. That's page 80 of the electronic document.
Okay. Okay. Now, and that, I mean, that SPG, in terms of the London plan, how does that fit in?
So that fits in terms of yeah. So I'm just trying to.
Sorry, I mean, I should ask, does it fit into the London plan, Mr. Felton?
Well, we talked about it in relation certainly to the you've got sort of D6 in terms of housing quality and standards, and the policy that we talked about earlier in terms of tall buildings, of D9 in terms of tall buildings, and
yeah, but this is a play. This is, as I understand it, this is a play space SPG.
yeah. Yeah.
Is there anywhere in the London plan we need to be looking in relation to play space?
Yes. Let me see if I can find that. So policy S4, which is page 242 of the electronic version of the London plan.
Right. Yeah.
So yeah, we've got that being required as part of that policy, and obviously the SPG gives further details on that.
Right. Okay. Right. Anything else on policy in terms of quality, as it were? Policy or guidance in terms of quality?
Policy S4B2 talks about good quality play space. And goes on to say, you know, what makes it so. So yeah, that's probably that in relation to that policy.
Okay. Anything else? Right. Anything else on policy in terms of quality?
No, nothing else.
Okay. Right. So the other aspect about quality you've talked about in your written evidence is, of course, wind.
Yes.
You've got Miss Shilston's proof in your document list. Is there anything you want to say on that in terms of key points?
I mean, in terms of the policies we've been talking about, in terms of policy D9, so on tall buildings, C3 again is concerned with the environmental impact. So it's the same policies really that we've been talking through in relation to sunlight. So consider really in terms of the quality of spaces as two main things. One is that we're talking about here really is sunlight and wind, and obviously the combination of those can make a space pleasant and usable, or can make it less pleasant and usable.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So in terms of the facts on the ground, then, I mean, what you've said in your rebuttal regarding Ms. Shilston's proof is in relation to wind. This is paragraph 28. The figures relate to ground level, not podium level, which is where the main concerns have been raised. Do you want to just explain that, Mr. Felton?
Yeah. So it really only shows it shows the second floor amenity area in summer. So I don't know if we perhaps should refer to CD 9.7, figure 6.
I think is that Miss Shilston's proof?
It is, yeah.
Where in Ms. Shilston's proof?
If we go to figure 6, which is on page 16.
Yeah.
This shows the amenity area in the summer, which is not, I understand, the windiest season, but it still shows there in blue areas which are only suitable for standing, the green being suitable for sitting. So the issue there is that we've at the best time of year we've still got areas where they're not suitable for sitting, which would be one of the beauties that people would want to make use of this amenity space throughout the year. But we don't know what that shows other times of the year when obviously it's going to be less easy to sit out there because of the wind situation, and this does interact with the sun as well, because obviously we've talked about that. So these things need to be looked at together. So I think that's probably the main issue in terms of wind. Let me just. I mean, I suppose it's probably worth noting in terms of some of the areas there, you've got a sort of grassed area, or artificially grassed area, I should say. There's not actually any real grass on this proposal, which is only suitable for standing, where there might be an area where people might want to sit, or it might be, I think in some plans it's been shown as an area where children may play, but whichever, it may be a requirement for sitting, and that isn't something which you can comfortably do in the summer.
Okay. All right, good. Right, anything else on Ms. Shilston's?
I suppose the other issue really comes around in relation to there's a sort of thermal comfort concept which wasn't in the submission documents, but has been introduced in Ms. Shilton's proof, which is a City of London document, so not relevant or recognised really in Kingston, and it seems to be designed around lunch, office workers having a pleasant place to sit at lunchtime and have their lunch and that sort of thing. So not I suppose a situation where we are here, where this is a substitute for them having no private amenity space. But I think it's also worth, as we look at that, it's shown as on the page down on Ms. Shilston's proof. As a green area, i.e. something which is pleasant.
Right, are you looking at figure 7, which is on the next page 17?
Yeah, I'm just trying to find that.
I can see there is a drawing with a green area there.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. I would just get the. Yes, figure 7, absolutely. So that what that seems to be saying is the green areas are reported as all season, meaning they would be comfortable for residents to use throughout the year. Some are indicated as seasonal, which are purple here. I suppose what is surprising here, and obviously we don't really know kind of how this is worked out, albeit it seems to have been used the Tolworth climate rather than the City of London climate, but there's areas which were in shadow for much of the time for 6 months of the year, which seem to be marked as green. But it's not obvious quite how that sort of can be the case.
Sorry, I missed your tail end there. Is you said not sure quite how that?
Well, where you've got areas which we've looked at as earlier on, which are identified as windy and lacking in direct sunlight, which are described here as acceptable all year.
Yeah.
So it's surprising, but obviously, as I say, this isn't something that London Plan references, as far as I can tell, and it isn't something which is probably applicable, particularly to somewhere like Tolworth. But yeah, it's been sort of put in there, and I guess it's difficult to see how we've got to that, because I think we can understand the sunlight and the wind, but quite how this comes together for this is not clear.
Okay. Right. Anything else on quality?
No, nothing more on quality.
Okay. May I ask? I know in the break I got the Surrey House extract from the officer report.
Mm-hmm.
Have you had it? Did you get that?
Yes, I have got that. Yes.
Have you had a chance to read it?
Yes, I did read it. Yeah.
Have you had a chance to think about your position on that place space extract?
Yes. Is
there anything you want to say about that before I move on, or we move on to?
Yeah, I guess there's obviously.
Sorry, can I just interject? I haven't received that extract.
Right.
So do I need to be pointed to it, or just tell me which part it relates to, and I can look at it later? Which is the best way? I can pull up the document, but I haven't received the extract.
Oh, right. Oh, okay. Sorry, madam. I assumed that because it had come to me, it had actually gone up on the core document.
It's not on my email system, so I've just checked again.
Right.
Should have been emailed to Pins. So I have no objection, Mr. Burton, reading out the relevant part if he wants to do it.
Yeah.
We can return to this later once you've received the document, ma'am, in the interest of time.
No, you're okay. It has literally just come through.
Oh, that's good.
I've literally just looked again.
Well, you'll be reassured as I was, madam, when I opened it up to see it was only a couple of pages. So that's
excellent.
That's always good.
That's the way I like it. Thank you.
No.
Thank you, Mr. Linus and Mr. Burton. Thank you.
Right. So what do you want to say about that, Mr. Felton?
Okay, so I'm just trying to get that as well. I mean, I think it refers to, I think the point it's referring to is in terms of using some of the internal amenity space to count towards the outdoor amenity space requirement. So I guess obviously Surrey House scheme is a different scheme. I believe each property had a private balcony, which is not the case here, and it's I suppose working the amenity space here is working, you know, pretty hard in terms of using it's got to provide play space, amenity space. There's some reference to some of that also being mitigated, some of the lack of communal amenity space being mitigated through the access to the Fairfield open space, which is much nearer to this site than to that site, to Surrey House site, than Alexandra Park is to this site. So it's that much easier to think, well, that could realistically be used by children, but I suppose ultimately it's outdoor space, which is what all the policies are looking for. What is provided inside is, you know, I guess part of the benefit of a development, but it shouldn't. We can't just move the outside space indoors, so to speak. And obviously, you know, having lived through the last 20 months or so of COVID, then that's been made, you know, that much more important. I suppose people probably are spending even more time outdoors than they perhaps used to. So I think that covers my response really to what's been said.
Okay. Right. Sorry, Mr. Felton.
And I suppose because the one point I suppose I haven't got onto, and it probably is useful to go onto this, just to set out really how far Alexandra Park is from the Tolworth Tower site. It's about a 9-minute walk, but I believe we've suggested that you walked up there as part of the site visit. So you may well have been up there.
I have, yes.
Yeah. So and you'll have appreciated that it involves crossing a number of busy roads, and similar situation really for Tolworth Court Farm Fields, which is in the opposite direction but beyond the new Lidl headquarters. So I think that it's particularly difficult in this case to say, well, you know, we could have the extra play space off site, given how far away it is, and that's a contrast with the Surrey House and the Fairfield, which is much closer.
Yeah, actually, could I just ask you about this Tolworth Farm Fields, which you just mentioned, because one thing I just want to clear up. Now, you just said that that's beyond the Lidl headquarters. Now, if you look in Mr. Price's proof, which is CD95, the first figure he's got is an aerial where he's drawn, or someone, he's used a computer program, I think, to indicate Alexandra Park, which we can see to the north, which is I think fairly self-explanatory. But then there's a big blue hatched area that's Tolworth, marked as Tolworth Court Farm Fields and Sports
Yeah.
Fields. So I'm forgive me, Mr. Feld, I'm not actually sure where Tolworth Court Farm is or isn't, because it's such a big blue hatching, as it were.
Yes, well, yeah, certainly that whole area,
Yeah,
is not Tolworth Court Farm Fields. Tolworth Court Farm Fields is the area. So the sort of nearest open space you can access from here in this area is beyond Lidl's new headquarters, and you would then cross Jubilee Way and continue along Kingston Road, and then turn right into what I believe to be called Tolworth Court Farm Fields, and there is some open space there, but it's quite it's not a space where there's any playgrounds or anything like that. There's open space, but the area to the east of Kingston Road is not it's private sort of sports grounds. You've got Goals Tolworth, so that's a not a public sort of park, I suppose, that's potentially indicated here. And then you've got another sports ground, you've got some houses, you've got some Kingston University, and the garden centre, and that's all within the area. The majority of the area actually that's shown here is private sports grounds and that sort of thing. It's only the area to the west of, or southwest of Kingston Road where you have playgrounds, and the sort of closest playground takes you well beyond the outline of this hatched area to the southwest of this image. Okay. You would find the only playground in this particular area.
Right, thank you. Actually, well, that's a helpful bit of explanation. Thank you. Right. Anything else, or can we move to issue 6, which is the energy and overheating?
Yeah, absolutely. We can move on to that now.
Great. Okay. Energy overheating and urban greening. Now, obviously, Mr. Feldman, conscious this is taking a little while, this chief, and you know, we need to be conscious of time. So we've had a deal of evidence on this already from Mr. Maguire.
Yes.
So what, if anything, would you like to say to the inspector on this, bearing that in mind?
Yes, I mean, obviously this comes down to London Plan Policy SI2, which is about being net zero, reducing greenhouse gas energy demand. I mean, I think that the point I will acknowledge is the policy doesn't require a single heating system, but needs to demonstrate the sort of best way to reduce carbon emissions, and that is something which is sort of increases in his daily in the news in terms of how we need to do that, but also supported by policy to absolutely demonstrate that we've reduced that as far as possible. And basically the issue that Mr. Maguire, one of the issues particularly is in relation to site-wide approach, and the lack of that, and that lack of that approach has failed to maximise the carbon savings. So it's really, I agree basically with what he's said on those matters.
Right, and I mean, if it's as straightforward as you agree with what Mr. Maguire has said on heating, overheating, and urban greening, then is there anything more that you need to say to Madam Inspector?
Not really, to be honest. No, I mean, it's all about how you can demonstrate that you've gone through the right steps, and the process, and demonstrating some of these things such as the cooling hierarchy and that kind of thing, and in urban greening as well. It's again about, it's well short of the 0.4, but it's not been sort of demonstrated that can go further, albeit that there has been some improvement during this process, which I suppose is acknowledgement of the scheme lacking suburban greening where perhaps more could be found. So yeah, but that's all. It has all basically been said.
Right. Okay. Right. Well, in that case, and I don't want to shut you out, but I do want to conclude if we can. Are we now onto the planning balance?
Absolutely, we are. Yes.
Okay. Now you have, of course, already you've given Madam Inspector your thoughts on the planning balance in your written proof. You've reflected again in your rebuttal. So really, this is your opportunity to reflect with the benefit of the evidence that's gone before you and been tested by my learned friend.
Yeah, absolutely. So obviously, as I was saying in paragraph 19.2 of my proof, I've looked at the planning balance there. Now, we have had some agreement on circular economy, fire strategy, parking, and in terms of the contribution towards health in relation to section 106. So there are some things which have fallen away, but I suppose I'll then just go with that in mind. I'll just then go back through the harms basically, which is that we still don't believe that this provides a maximum amount of affordable housing. We have a net loss of employment capacity in designated shopping frontages in Tolworth. Gives significant weight to this loss. The appeal scheme also fails to secure the delivery of at least 30% of the proposed residential units, and it's at 6.8%. This is significantly below, and the appellant has stated that this isn't, more could be provided. And we've just been talking about the communal and private and a play space, and that it is only providing 70% of what she provided, and that which is provided is has a number of issues in terms of the quality, and then we're still in terms of the energy and overheating and urban greening. There are still issues there which weigh against the development. So I've considered carefully those weightings. Now obviously the benefit that we've got is in terms of housing, but as and that's on the basis that we can't demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply, and so this is assessed on the tilted balance under paragraph 11D. But the benefit in terms of the housing, well, it's not maximising affordable, and it's not providing very significant 3-bedroom units. So it's even the benefit is the wrong type of housing. So yes, in reviewing that again, it's still my view that the adverse impacts of development will significantly demonstrably outweigh the benefits. So that's reviewing that again after where we've been through.
Okay, thank you. And you've, I think you've already given us your thoughts on the design and why you don't think it's beautiful. So you don't think there's an offset there. So I won't, unless you want to, I won't ask you to go over that again.
Yeah.
Could I ask you just one question, tidying question on the 5-year housing land supply? I'm conscious that the statement of common ground states that the council were expecting an update to the 5-year housing land supply ahead of the inquiry. Obviously, we haven't had an update, but I'm wondering if it might be appropriate for you to explain why that is, if you know.
Yeah, so no, we haven't had an update. We have given our figures to the Greater London Authority, but they're not. There are no official figures as yet. So we've kind of done our bit. We're just waiting for them to confirm that.
Okay. Fine. Okay. Well, Ms. Felton, unless there is anything else you are burning to tell the inspector by way of key points, I have no further questions for you.
No, there's nothing else.
No. Right. Well, if you wait there, my only friend may have some questions for you.
Thank you, Mr. Burton. Before I asked Mr. Linus to, or we discuss cross-examination and the way forward, can I just clarify sorry, I'm just checking my notes. Reason for refusal 4. I just want to understand, it's the first part of the reason for refusal, not in relation to the private and communal open space. I just want to understand that reason for refusal in relation to and what it says is the proposed tall buildings would conflict with the locational requirements of policy D9B of the London Plan, which obviously, and I've got D9B in front of me, which then sets out those locational requirements. Could you just, and I understand that it's in conflict because those tall building locations haven't been identified. Is that it? Is my understanding correct, or is there something more?
No, that is correct. It is in conflict. We haven't raised this as a reason for refusal. It is technically in conflict with that, but then it's basically because we haven't done a tall building study, which is what the London plan asked us to do. But obviously, this has only been around for a few months, so we're not raising any concerns in relation to this being a suitable location, but there is a technical policy conflict there.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. If I can discuss, if I do have any further questions, then I may ask them either before re-examination or after. So I'll
Of course, Madam.
Depends on Mr. Linus's questioning, etc.
Yeah, well, I hope, Madam, you've seen also obviously in the council statement of the case, the way it's put, I think is in terms of the council acknowledges the policy conflict, but in essence, the council is making nothing of it, and it.
That was what I'd read, but
Yeah.
I just wanted it just confirmed
Yeah.
here, actually, in the inquiry. So thank you. Now, can I ask about now proceedings on the cross-examination? Now, it's 12:30. Ordinarily, we would break at 1. So we could, I will make this offer. So let me hear, Mr. Linus, the way that you would like to work, and then I'll consider that. We could have an early lunch now and then start back, and then you could then have the afternoon or however long you need for your cross-examination, and there wouldn't be any huge breaks or anything like that. There would be just smaller breaks. Or you could do a half an hour start, because I would like to stop around 1ish, and then continue after lunch. So Mr. Linus, which way would you prefer?
Maybe
your
easier
cross-examination.
it may be easier if we break now rather than trying to find a convenient moment after half an hour, and then that gives us a clean run this afternoon with.
That would be my preference, because
Yes.
I think it would mean there wouldn't be a big gap in your flow in particular.
Yes.
And
Can I say, ma'am, on timing, if we break now for an hour and start at 1:30, I do have a number of questions for Mr. Felton, because you'll appreciate he's covering a fair amount of ground
yes,
across
yes.
my witnesses. There is a risk, not least because we've heard some new evidence in chief over the last few hours. There is a risk that certainly by 3:30, even with the earlier break, we're not going to have Mr. Feltham finished. And even if we go beyond 3:30, we just have to see how we get on. But there's quite a lot to get through with this witness, I'm afraid.
No, I recognise that. I am content to stay later, obviously subject to availability of Mr. Feltham and obviously Mr. Burton, etc. But it only so far, obviously, because it's a long day and it's a lengthy day, obviously for Mr. Feltham in particular, because he's in the witness.
Yes, ma'am. I mean, if we do need to go into tomorrow, and I suspect we may well do, given the length of the day we're trying to keep to, we may have to have a discussion tomorrow morning about timetabling, because as you'll be aware, we have issues with availability of our witnesses, and I don't want to cause Mr. Burton any surprise. I've spoken to him already. We may need to change our first witness and put him back to next week to give us adequate time to deal with our first 2 witnesses, but we can deal with that tomorrow morning when we know where we stand.
That sounds good, because I was going to raise that issue, because obviously we are over time already, so I was going to raise the issue of the programme. So I would be happy to discuss that tomorrow morning.
Thank you very much,
you.
ma'am.
Okay.
Well,
Thank you.
if Mr. Linus could, the sooner he lets me know, madam, who else might be going first, if not Mr. Lonergan, the better in terms of efficiency, obviously.
Oh, it wouldn't be, I don't want to prolong discussions on this. It wouldn't be bringing another witness forward. It would simply be starting with Mr. Price and then going on to Mr. Lee, which is the order that we discussed, and I put Mr. Lonergan
Oh, I
back.
see.
So we wouldn't
I
be
see.
bringing a new witness for Mr. Burton to worry about. It would just be shuffling down the order of the that we've already identified,
And putting Mr. Lonergan at the end then,
or somewhere in
or
between.
close to
Yes.
the end next week.
Yeah.
Okay.
Understood.
Okay.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I would adjourn for now. So if we can all be back at 1:30, please, and then we'll start cross-examination. Thank you.
Right, we're on speaker now.
Welcome back. I'll just make sure everybody's back on. Excellent, thank you. Back promptly at 1:30, so thank you for that. I'll now resume the inquiry. Over to, unless there's anything, any updates or any comments, then straight over to Mr. Linus, please, for cross-examination.
Thank you, ma'am. Can I check you can hear me okay? We've changed the speaker arrangements in this room.
Yes, it's absolutely fine.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mr. Feltham. I've a fair bit to get through, but what I want to do is just to try and structure my questions under a series of headings. And the first one is policy, if we can deal with that. First of all, please. Ma'am, rather than give you a list of every single document we need to have open, I decided at the outset that was probably going to crash your computer. So it's probably best if we just take it document by document, and where I can, I'll indicate that you can keep it open if we're going to be using it again.
Thank you.
The first subheading under policy, Mr. Feltham, is housing. And can we take out, please, the London plan at CD53 and turn initially to policy H1 at PDF 172. On the paper version, it is at page 157.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so just orientate ourselves. Policy H1, increasing housing supply, new 10-year targets for net housing completions each local planning authority should plan for. That's table 4.1. And if one goes on to table 4.1, on internal page 163, I think the PDF is 178, ma'am. One can see the Kingston 10-year housing target is 9640, correct?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. That's 964 per annum over the 10-year period. Can you just confirm a point? If one takes up your proof, please, Mr. Feltham, and turn to page paragraph 9.1. I think it's CD 911. Paragraph 9.1 on page 10.
Yeah.
Of that. You say London plan requires delivery of 964 dwellings in the plan period we've just seen. You say 643 dwellings per year. I just wanted to check that's an error, is it, Mr. Feltham?
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, that should be 964.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, now a few questions arising from that. I mean, there's no dispute that in housing terms, the scheme complies with that policy, and it makes an important contribution to helping Kingston meet its new targets. That's right, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
Thank you very much. And if one sees how this new policy operates in the context of the core strategy, perhaps we can, without getting the core strategy out, just agree the figure, because I'm sure they're familiar to you. The core strategy at the time that was adopted in 2012, it has an annual target of 375. That's right, isn't it?
That sounds right. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So you can see what happened. You have the core strategy, that the policies being drafted at the time of its adoption, and we're going to go through several of those in the next few hours, but they were predicated upon a housing requirement that is the guts of a third of what the current housing requirement that Kingston has to meet is. That's right, isn't it?
So you're saying when the policy was drafted, it was looking at a lower figure?
Yes, yes, certainly looking at a lower figure. My question was that one can readily compare 375 with 964, and one is heading towards 3 times the net annual housing requirement under current policy when compared with the core strategy at the time it was adopted. That's right, isn't it?
Yeah, heading towards, yeah.
Thank you very much. And even when one places this in the context of the London plan,
I hope we can agree, without taking out the documents, that when compared with the earlier version of the London plan that you put into the core documents, the new 10-year housing target for Kingston is a 50% increase, roughly, on what the earlier target was. That's right, isn't it?
Yeah, I believe it's just under 50%, but yes, it's that
Right.
sort of order.
I think, in fact, your reference to 643 is the previous London plan target, not the current one. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, I think so. Yes.
Thank you very much. So, I mean, drawing that together, one can see with the latest policy position under the London plan that Kingston now has a far more challenging position as far as meeting housing needs is concerned, when compared both with the core strategy and earlier version of the London plan. That's right, isn't it?
We've got a higher figure to hit, so I guess.
Yes. Very much.
Yeah, we need more. Yeah, so I suppose more development. Yeah.
And as a general proposition, when one is applying the core strategy policies, one must always have in mind this point, that they were predicated on the council meeting a far, far lower housing requirement than it now needs to meet. That's right, isn't it?
Well, it's one of the policies. I mean, I don't know that necessarily affects. You're suggesting that affects all of the policies.
Let's put it this way, Mr. Felton. We're going to come on to policies in the core strategy later. But as a general proposition, when one is applying core strategy policy, one must have in mind that they were drafted in a context where the housing needs being catered for roughly a third of what the London plan is now requiring the council to meet. That's right, isn't it?
Yeah, but it doesn't necessarily mean that the other policies aren't still valid.
No, but potentially, let's put it this way, Mr. Felton, there's potentially this increase in the housing requirement we'll come on to later policies in a moment, it could affect the weight to be given to policies in the core strategy, because the context within which housing has to be supplied is different now. That's right, isn't it?
I guess we need to look at that policy by policy.
Okay, but you can accept the general proposition that it could affect the weight to be given to policies as we look at them. That's right, isn't it?
It could affect.
Thank you very much. And just sticking with housing for a moment, the 5-year housing land supply, we have that position. As we understand it, and we can take out the document at the moment, under the housing delivery test, you're at, I think it's 86% or so of the requirement over the last 3 years. Is that fair?
So I don't have that figure to hand.
Very well. I'll come back to that later on. But again, the point remains that the scheme is going to make an important contribution, isn't it, to overcoming the 5-year housing land supply shortage in the borough. That's right, isn't it?
Certainly, that's would be one of the benefits of this development.
And sticking with housing, obviously, Tolworth as a district centre is a preferred location for housing. That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
Thank you very much. So again, hopefully we can avoid taking out the policy, but district centres under policy CS12, which is PDF 172 in the core strategy, they're identified as the focus of appropriate uses, including housing. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, including housing, yeah.
Thank you very much. And again, indeed, the revised targets for Kingston reinforce the need to provide housing in preferred locations identified by the core strategy. That's right, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it doesn't change that, I don't think.
No, but it provides renewed emphasis for the need to provide housing in preferred locations when your housing requirement is nearly tripled from the time of the core strategy. That's right, isn't it?
Yeah, but there may be other areas as well. So it wouldn't just be town centres, as we discussed before.
I'm asking you questions in the context of Tolworth as a district centre. The revised targets for Kingston reinforce and emphasise the need to provide housing in preferred locations such as this district centre. That's right, isn't it? Simple proposition, Mr. Felton.
Yeah, it's certainly. Yeah, we would need to continue to provide housing in these locations such as this.
Yes,
yeah.
I'm sorry. Can you just answer my specific question? There's no dispute that we're in a preferred location, but the revised targets on the London plan reinforce and emphasise the need to provide housing in these locations, given the increase in the housing requirements. Must follow, doesn't it?
Yes, I would agree. Yeah.
Okay, now let's move on from housing then, please, to wider aspects of policy and regeneration broadly, please. Again, if we can do this without taking out the document, we shall, to try and save time, but if at any stage we do need to take out the document, tell me, and we can do so. Tolworth identified as a key area of change in the core strategy. That's right, isn't it? I thought we could agree that, Mr. Felton.
I believe so, but it's.
Sorry, I thought this was a fairly simple starting point. I mean, it is identified as a key area of change in the core strategy, isn't it? All right, if we take out CD 5.4, please.
Yeah.
And turn to internal page 93, PDF 101.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Policy T1.
Policy T1, and the heading, top of the page, Tolworth key area of change. Do you see that?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, so let's just start at the beginning then. Tolworth identified as a key area of change in the core strategy, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
Very much. And perhaps we can agree this too. It's identified as a housing opportunity area. That's right, isn't it?
Within, you say within the London plan, or
no? I'm sorry. I thought this would be fairly straightforward, Mr. Feltham. If we look at figure 14 on internal page 93.
Yeah.
One sees there housing opportunity areas identified in the
Yes.
P.
Yeah.
And plainly covers the Tolworth, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. Yes.
And plainly covers the site, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
So the site is part of what has been identified as a housing opportunity area in the core strategy, correct?
Yes.
Thank you very much. And if one looks at the top of that page, at the end of the box, the final paragraph, it says, there will be significant new housing development on the government offices, Toby Jug, Marshall House site, the Tolworth Tower complex. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, so again, the vision for this key area of change is for significant new housing development in the Tolworth complex, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and again, just to cover off the point, if one goes on to page 96 in the document and PDF page 104, and criterion F of the policy T1.
Yeah.
Housing and affordability, working with developers and landlords to provide a range of new homes, in particular, and then read on the Tolworth Tower complex. Do you see that?
Yes.
And it talks there about higher density flats with amenity space in the district centre. So again, the complex has been identified within the core strategy as a particular focus for housing provision, hasn't it?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Now, we'll come back to the core strategy. So leave that document either open on your screen or open in front of you, Mr. Feltham. We will come back to it under in other circumstances. The London plan, can we take that out, please? CD53. We've had it out already, but can we perhaps confirm, without going to a particular page, in the interest of saving time, it designates the Kingston Opportunity Area under policy SD1. That's right, isn't it?
Sorry, it designates what? Kingston
Opportunity Area under policy SD1. That's right, isn't it?
My recollection, without looking at it, is that yes, in relation to Crossrail 2, it does talk about Kingston.
Yes, well, let's just, to help the inspector, if we take out policy SD1 first, it's page 30 of the London plan on the page 45 in the PDF. Policy SD1 on opportunity areas. Reference there on the right what the mayor will do, but if one goes over the page to page 31, part B of the policy, boroughs through development plans and decisions should clearly set out how they will encourage and deliver the growth potential of opportunity areas. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. And if one goes on, please, to table 2.1 on page 36. One can see under various opportunity headings, under Crossrail 2 South, there is a specific reference to Kingston, indicative homes 9,000, indicative jobs 5,000. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Okay, and we've seen already that the policy requires the council, both in its own plans and its decisions, to indicate how it will deliver the growth potential of these areas. That's right, isn't it?
Well, so what's been identified is broad areas where this growth could happen, but the specifics of precisely where this growth would happen haven't been determined.
Well, the policy requirement that's being imposed on you, accept that the fine detailed boundaries have to be established, but the policy requirement that is being imposed on this council by the London plan is for you, through both development plans and decisions, to set out how you will encourage the growth potential of the opportunity areas identified in the London plan, correct?
Well, I mean, it seems to, I mean, it talks about Crossrail 2 and saying, well, certain development could happen in the short, medium term, but once Crossrail 2 happens, then there's greater potential.
Focus on my question, please. Sorry, Mr. Feltham, I do want to make progress as efficiently as we can this afternoon. The policy requirement that the London plan imposes on your council, both in development plans and decisions, is to set out how you will encourage and deliver the growth potential of the opportunity areas identified in the plan. That's right, isn't it? It's under policy part B.
Part B
of policy SD1. Internal page 31, Mr. Feltham.
Yeah.
Okay. So,
yes. Yes.
Thank you very much. And there is no dispute, is there, that the site lies within the opportunity area identified under the London plan, is there?
Well, in terms of Kingston, it identifies 4 areas. One of which is Tolworth, but we don't know the boundaries of what would be the growth area for Tolworth. So we can't be sure that this site would fall within that.
Well, I'm going to come on to that in a moment. I'm asking you about what the London plan requires of the council. The figure 2.5 showing the Kingston opportunity area. I mean, there is no dispute, is there, that whilst the detail of the boundaries has to be defined by the council, there is no dispute that the site lies within the area identified for the Kingston OA within the London plan.
We can say that broadly about Tolworth generally, but we can't say that about this site. So until the boundaries have been drawn, then we can't say that this site falls within that.
Okay, just answer my question again. I do want to be specific about this. I'm going to come on to what the council has said. But as far as the London plan is concerned, Tolworth generally falls within the opportunity area that is the subject of the London plan policy. That's right, isn't it?
Tolworth generally is identified with a broad pink splodge to indicate Tolworth.
Thank you very much. So again, for the purposes of London plan policy, the site lies within an area that has been identified within the London plan as an opportunity area where growth is to be encouraged. As far as the London plan is concerned, Mr. Feltham.
As Tolworth generally, but we don't know about this site because the boundaries will be for the local authority to determine, and they haven't determined where those boundaries will be drawn.
Mr. Feltham, I'm coming to that, but as far as the London plan is concerned, the site lies within a general Tolworth area, which has the support of the London plan as an opportunity area, doesn't it? As far as the London plan is concerned, it lies in a broad area that's been identified in Tolworth as an opportunity area. That's correct, isn't it?
It falls within. I think it is an important distinction to make. It falls within the broad area, but
fine.
We don't know until we look at that where within that area might be the opportunity area.
Okay, well, I'll take for now that it falls within the area identified within the London plan as an opportunity area. Now, as far as the council is concerned, one can see from the London plan that bear with me, paragraph 2.124 on page 42, just below figure 2.5 that we've been looking at, there's reference to the direction of travel document being adopted in 2016. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Now, just diverting for a moment from the London plan, can we take up that document, please? The direction of travel document, CD57. Just to set the scene for this document generally, please, Mr. Feltham. Dated October 2016 on the front sheet, one can see over the page to the forward, it's been prepared in conjunction with the mayor, and as the title indicates, it was intended to set the direction of travel for the preparation of the London plan or the local plan in the context of strategic policy. That's a fair summary, isn't it?
Yeah, at the time.
Well, it's still referred to in the London plan as the direction of travel document, and isn't it, Mr. Feltham? The latest version of the London plan is cross-referring to it, isn't it? I'm just taking you there.
Yes. Direction of travel was adopted in 2016. Yes.
Yes, and if we look at Roman numeral page 6, the top left-hand corner,
Yeah.
It's stated there to be supplementary planning advice to the London Plan policy to support the development and intensification of areas within the borough to provide new homes, jobs, and investment. You see that?
Yeah.
Right, thank you very much. On page 7, Roman numeral 7, just over the page. If one looks in the right-hand column, the final 2 paragraphs,
Yeah.
London is experiencing tremendous growth, which needs to be accommodated in a way which benefits existing communities. The scale of change is apparent if the growth in homes in 2004 is compared to that in the current London plan from 140 to 2010. Obviously, one needs to read that, bearing in mind that was the previous version of the London plan, correct?
Yeah.
And to accommodate this growth in homes, jobs, schools, health, and other social infrastructure will need to be provided to ensure this is done in an effective way that protects and enhances places and that people value and cherish. We need to develop a clear plan. So the context there is that there was a general recognition that one needed to prepare this direction of travel document to respond to the growth that London was experiencing. That's right, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah.
Very much. And if we go to page 35, internal page 35 in the document, please.
Yeah.
You have that? It should be Tolworth. Okay.
Yes.
And it says selective redevelopment in this part of the borough could result in, and 4th bullet point, an increase in new homes. The reference there to modern industrial estates on the modern industrial units on the industrial estate. But the focus of the direction of travel document was identifying how there would be an increase in new homes within an area identified in Tolworth, correct?
So identified as Tolworth as we see in this plan.
Yes, and
yes.
That includes the site, doesn't it?
Yes. Well, this doesn't say precisely where it'll be. He identifies Tolworth and says there will be certain.
Yes, but please, Mr. Feltham, if you look at this plan, Tolworth District Centre as a whole is mentioned, isn't it? It's quite clear from the plan.
It's identified in the plan as the district centre. It's identified as an existing planning designation. It's not identified as anything.
Yes, but if one looks, I'm sorry, Mr. Feltham, but if one reads this page fairly, reference to an increase in new homes, and one then looks across to the left and one sees Tolworth District Centre, bearing in mind the wider policy context we've looked at, the direction of travel document was plainly envisaging an increase in new homes within the district centre, wasn't it?
I don't see anything in this which says that increase in new homes would happen specifically in Tolworth District Centre. It has a map, it identifies various areas, but it doesn't. There's nothing on this map that says this is where the housing will go.
Right. Well, I mean, the only other option then, Mr. Feltham, if we're going to look at the page in this way, is that anywhere in Tolworth is going to be a candidate for an increase in new homes. Because that's the only other way of reading this page, Mr. Feltham, if you're not going to restrict it to the district centre.
Well, we know that the area immediately to the north of the railway line has since been given permission for 950 residential units.
I'm going to come back to that, but I'm looking at what the policy is doing. Clearly, the direction of travel document, which is cross-referenced in the opportunity area policy in the London plan, is envisaging that either Tolworth generally, as shown on page 35, or the district centre specifically, is going to form part of an opportunity area within the London plan.
As I say, we don't know. We don't know where that opportunity area would fall. We don't know that the residential development would be going into the Tolworth district centre. There's a number of places that it could go. That would be obviously something that would need to be considered when we look at the opportunity area, which we haven't yet.
Yes, but I'm asking about this document, Mr. Feltham. This document has been identified as something which was relevant to the opportunity area designation within the London plan, and it clearly identifies Tolworth as an area, including the appeal site, as an area which is a part of the identified opportunity area within the London plan, if one reads the documents together. That's right, isn't it?
So I think what we're saying is that the part of this area that is identified, which is in Tolworth, not all of it is, some of it's Epsom and Ewell, but the part that is then housing an increase in new homes could be expected within that area, and it could be within Tolworth district centre, but it might not necessarily be entirely within Tolworth district centre. I mean, as I said, the amount of housing that's been provided outside of Tolworth district centre is greater than is proposed here, and greater than any other housing that's proposed within this part of the borough.
Okay, well, I'm just ask one more time just to finish off this point. Insofar as the London plan, when designating the opportunity area for Kingston, refers to the direction of travel document, it is contemplating a general area in Tolworth, which includes, in your view, either the district centre or a wider area of Tolworth. That's right, isn't it?
I think it's not. It could be areas within Tolworth. And it could include Tolworth district centre, but it may not include Tolworth district centre.
I'm asking what this document is doing, not what the council might decide ultimately. I'm asking Mr. Feltham what this document is doing. The London plan cross-refers this document, which identifies as a minimum the district centre as an area within which the opportunity area would lie. That's what this document is doing. No,
it's not. It's not saying that it will definitely include Tolworth district centre. It could include that, but it may be entirely outside of the district centre.
Well, let's move on then, please, to the emerging local plan, CD59, please. And if one goes to, I think it's PDF, page 10, this is the early engagement, regulation 18, plan from May 2019. And goes to figure 1, please.
Page 10, figure 1, yeah.
Very much. Now one sees the borough context there, reference to future evolution of Kingston. One sees on the next page, opportunity area. Mayor of London has proposed to designate large areas in the borough as an opportunity area. Mayor will need to decide whether or not he adopts the opportunity area for the borough. If he does designate, we need to define a detailed boundary. Okay, so obviously That's been overtaken by events to the extent that we now have an opportunity area in the London plan. But if one looks at figure 1, the reference to possible opportunity area boundary, one can see that the site, if one looks at that plan and orientate ourselves according to the railway line in the A3, the site lies well within the possible opportunity area boundary identified in figure 1, doesn't it?
It's within the possible opportunity area boundary.
Thank you very much. And it does that as part of the emerging plan, as I said, in a context where the site already falls within a key area of change under the core strategy, doesn't it?
Yes, it does, yeah.
Thank you very much indeed. And I think you said in evidence in chief that there is a prospect of this site not being included in the opportunity area because it already been development further to the south of the railway line. Do you recall
that? Not because of that. I was
right.
I was giving an example of where at the moment where the majority of the development has taken place, and
so this is the point, Mr. Feltham. I mean, your evidence appears to be suggesting that, well, we accept that development has taken place the other side of the roundabout, and that's consistent with the designation of Tolworth as an opportunity area, but it's not necessarily going to be consistent to have our site within the opportunity area, even though it's already designated as a key area of change in the core strategy.
No, I haven't said either that that area would be designated as the opportunity area. We don't know yet. You know, so yeah, we just don't know. The possible opportunity area boundaries you can see is quite large. It would be likely to think that would reduce and get more specific. We don't know. We don't know where the boundary will eventually end up.
Right, but at the moment, the position of that is being advanced by the council in its emerging local plan is that the site would fall within a potential opportunity area, nowhere near the detailed boundaries of the opportunity area identified in figure 1.
So this is what's identified as possible opportunity area, which is out for consultation, and it's you know, it's not saying this will be.
Yes, but as far as the council is concerned, it is promoting an area, or it is put out to consultation an area which has an opportunity area, including the site within it. That's right, isn't it? That's the position of the council that's advancing for public consultation purposes, isn't it?
It doesn't have any designation of opportunity area in terms of the London plan.
Well, we've been through that. It's within an area that the London plan identifies as an opportunity area, doesn't it?
But again, the boundaries haven't been defined, so we don't know yet.
Well, let's move on, please, Mr. Felton. I think the inspector has our point on what policy support we get in the London plan in particular. Let's sticking under the heading of regeneration, please. Can we look at the regeneration strategy from March 2010, CD 511, please?
Yeah, I have that.
Okay, so We know from the title of the document that there have been long-held aspirations to regenerate Tolworth. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, I would say that's.
And
that's
if one turns over to page 3 of the executive summary,
yeah,
the strategy identifies key issues. And if one looks down the bullet points, one can see vacant, underused and poor quality sites and vacant office and building spaces. Page 3 in its same PDF page. That's right. So as a general proposition, even as far back as 2010, the council has identified vacant office and business space as an issue facing Tolworth. That's right, isn't it?
Sorry, I'm just in terms of, you're saying vacant office
/ business space and vacant, underused and poor quality sites. The council has been identifying that as an issue in Tolworth even as far back as 2010. That's right, isn't it?
I haven't seen that that part, because I would, in 2010, and Tolworth Tower would have been quite full of offices.
Well, we're going to come back to the history of office use in a moment, but as a general proposition, Mr. Feltham, even in 2010, the council was recognising that Tolworth faced key issues requiring regeneration, and they included vacant office business space and poor quality sites. That's right, isn't it?
I can't see that where it says that. Can you? Oh, vacant office business space.
Yep. And vacant underused poor quality site. See that?
Yeah, sorry. There's two elements called the strategy. I was looking under the first, but there's the second one. Yes, there is vacant, underused, poor quality sites, vacant office and business space identified as a bullet point. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And if one goes on to page 27 of the document, internal page 27, I think it's PDF page 27 as well.
Yeah.
Tolworth Tower identified there as a key site within the district centre, landmark tower. And then opportunities, objectives, significant potential to improve the layout, appearance and functioning of the site, additional activities through refurbishment and sensitive additional development. So identified as a key site for the regeneration of Tolworth, correct?
Yes, yeah.
Very much. And if one turns back, please, to page 20, internal page 22, which is a diagram for the Tolworth strategy. Tolworth Tower. New and improved facilities, shopping, housing, community parking, public realm, and servicing. Do you see that next to Tolworth Tower?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so again, under this heading of regeneration, the council has long held the aspiration of this site being a key site for the regeneration of the Tolworth district centre, hasn't it?
Well, it's one of a number of sites identified.
I didn't ask about the other sites, Mr. Feltham. This site is identified as a key site within the regeneration strategy for the regeneration of Tolworth, isn't it?
Well, I'm not sure it's necessarily any more key than any of the other sites.
I didn't ask about the other sites. I just asked about this one. I'll repeat the question one more time. This site is identified as a key site. I've taken you to the document reference. It's identified as a key site for new and improved facilities in the district centre, including housing, isn't it?
I suppose it's that question of whether it's a key site. It's certainly a site. It's identified as a site.
Well,
I'm not sure what the difference is with a key site or a site.
okay. Now, bear with me a moment. If one goes back to page 27, I'm sorry to go back. Page 27, I took you there already. Site 1, Tolworth Tower. This is a key site within the district centre. Now, again, I don't want to prolong this unnecessarily, Mr. Felton, but can we please accept or please agree this is a key site within the district centre?
Well, I suppose I'm just looking through this. This is page 27 is talking about the guidelines for development of this site, and I presume also then goes on to talk about various other sites. So
yeah.
I don't think this isn't given any more importance than any of the other sites, but it is one of the sites that's identified under the heading of guidelines for sites with development and improvement potential.
Well, I can do no more, Mr. Felton, than to show you the text in the document which said it's a key site in the district centre. That's what the document says, doesn't it?
This is a key site within the district centre.
Right.
As a key site within the district centre, absolutely. Yeah.
Right. Okay. And so again, I don't want to prolong this, but it's been identified as a key site for new and improved facilities, including housing, as part of the regeneration of Tolworth. That's right, isn't it?
Well, it's. I mean, what this is saying actually is it's key site within the district centre. It's one of the sites within Tolworth more widely.
Yes. Okay. So again, I'm not going to go back over the opportunity area debate much more, but with the inspectors forming a view about the state of this site as an opportunity area and the likelihood of it falling within the designated opportunity area, so you can bear in mind it's already been identified as a key area of change in the core strategy, correct?
Yes.
Yes, it's been identified as a key site within the district centre within the regeneration strategy for Tolworth, correct?
Key site within district centre, yes.
And it has been identified within the direction of travel document as forming either part of the district centre or Tolworth more generally within that document, correct?
So you're referring to the direction of travel.
Yes, we've been through it already.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Repeat that again.
When the inspector is considering this site as part of the London Plan opportunity area and its role going forward, she can bear in mind that when the council comes to do its work in defining the detailed boundary, it's not only within the local plan, the London Plan boundary, it's already an area of change in the core strategy you've agreed.
Mm-hmm.
It's identified as a key site in the Tolworth regeneration strategy. We've just agreed, correct?
Yeah.
And it was identified within the area of Tolworth in the direction of travel document. That's correct too, isn't it?
Tolworth is identified, but this
Right.
site isn't specifically identified in that.
Okay. And then just rounding up some more policy references, please. The Tolworth area plan, CD 58 next, please. Now again, we can take out the statement of common ground if we need to, but hopefully you're familiar with it, Mr. Feltham. It's agreed that this is one of a number of documents that are considered to underpin council policies. That's right, isn't it?
This document has not been adopted as policy by the council.
Can you just answer my question, please? It is included within the number of documents that are agreed within the statement of common ground to underpin council policies.
I'm not sure that's the case.
Let's just check CD 45, and we'll take a bad point if there's a bad point. CD 45 is the statement of common ground.
Yeah, I have that.
Yes. Page 15 of the Statement of Common Ground.
15.
Yes. Page 15. CD 45. Says the following RBKT documents underpin council policies. If you look down towards the bottom of that list, the penultimate bullet point.
Yeah.
Area plan, February 2018.
Well, as that document has never been adopted by the council, as I said earlier, it's twice been to committee and been deferred twice, and that it last went to committee 2018, I believe.
Well,
So,
I know you've said that, Mr. Felton, but I'm just asking you about what you signed up to in the Statement of Common Ground. I mean, you've said that it's one of a number of documents which underpin council policies. That's what you've agreed to, isn't it?
it would appear so, but I don't. That isn't my understanding.
Right. Particularly satisfactory, Mr. Felton. The whole purpose of the Statement of Common Ground to try and agree these matters. It's not satisfactory, is it?
Yeah, I would agree that yes, we shouldn't have agreed to it in there.
Right. Well, let's just look at the document as it stands. We've got CD 58. We can see from the front sheet of the document it's supported by a number of bodies, including the Mayor and TfL, correct?
Yeah, it's got those. There's signs. Yeah.
Yep. If one goes over the page to the revisions tracker, we can see that it was issued for consultation, then came back to the council. So it has already been out for consultation, and the council has then chosen to finalise it after consultation has occurred. That's right, isn't it?
What this seems to suggest is that we had a final draft, which I think then went to committee for.
I'm asking you about consultation, Mr. Felton. It went out for consultation before the preparation of the final draft, didn't it?
Yes, I'm not quite. I can see. Sorry.
Look at the revisions tracker. I'm reading the same document, the same page as you are. It just says draft for consultation.
Yes. Yes, and there's a number of drafts of consultation. What I don't know from this is when it went out to consultation. There seems to be 3 versions about 2 weeks apart from each other.
Okay, but subject to consultation, I think we can agree, and we can also agree it's part of the evidence base for the emerging plan, isn't it?
No, I don't believe it is.
Really? We need to check that. We need to check that, Mr. Felton. Our understanding it is part of the evidence base online for the emerging plan. Do you not know?
I don't know.
Okay. But I understand the chronology that you have mentioned about going to a committee and being deferred, but it has been prepared by the council, and it's the latest statement of the position taken by the council of its aspirations for Tolworth. I understand that it hasn't been formally adopted as yet, but the draft that has been prepared and is before this inquiry is the latest outcome of work carried out by the council to understand aspirations for Tolworth, isn't it?
It was the latest outcome of work done by officers, but it didn't get approval by members at committee.
Okay, but the latest work by officers, and we can check the position as far as evidence-based status is concerned. Now, as far as this document is concerned, the site falls within the area covered by the plan. That's right, isn't it?
This site falls within the area covered by the plan. Absolutely does, yes.
Thank you very much. And if one looks at what the document is saying, on page, bear with me. Yes, on page 4 of the document, please.
Mhm.
It's PDF page 4 as well. It's what's confusing me. Page 4, accommodating growth. The core strategy states the council will take full advantage of opportunities to deliver new housing, in particular maximise living affordable. And then there is a recognition that Tolworth has been identified within the Kingston opportunity area that can in the long term capitalise on the benefits of Crossrail 2. And then it says there's already development planned or pending within Tolworth, which can make a significant contribution to the housing target. The existing core strategy states that Tolworth is a preferred location for new housing. To bank that, and if one goes over to page 9 then please, just to collect a few references. Towards the bottom of page 9, there's already development planned or pending within Tolworth, which can make a significant contribution to the housing target. If one goes down towards the bottom of that page, list of current live developments include Tolworth Tower. Do you see that?
Yes.
And there is reference to other employment sites elsewhere. And if one then goes down to page 22 of the document, by way of overview, one can see a plan there which has Tolworth Tower identified within it, and one can see the 2015 resolution to grant scheme reflected in the diagram, correct?
Yes.
Thank you very much. So I think, again, as far as regeneration is concerned, Tolworth Tower is identified within that action plan as a suitable location for regeneration, including housing. That's right, isn't it?
It is identified in here, but obviously it is important to note that this isn't an adopted document.
We're looking at the work that's been done after public consultation and what officers are promoting. But as far as the analysis in that is concerned, if one looks at page 26 of the document, again, delivering a mix of uses in Tolworth. On page 26, one can see the site is identified as part of the district centre there, and mixed use locations, including residential town centre uses, correct?
Yes, it is identified there.
And if we look at page 28, interestingly, supporting employment growth. There's reference to the Chessington Davis Road and Red Line industrial areas continue to be important employment locations. But this action plan, this area plan, does not there identify this site as a specific location for employment growth, does it?
Yeah. It's not coloured purple, if that's what that.
I think if one turns on to page 31, perhaps we can see the reason why. Page 31 of the document. Now, again, this is analysis that has been provided by officers following public consultation. And the evidence that is described there at page 31, if one looks at second bullet point under the heading evidence, Tolworth Tower provides historical legacy and financial professional service sector activity. The nature of this sector has changed, and the redevelopment of the tower and perception of the area will challenge the legacy of this activity. Just pause there. As far as the evidence is concerned that was being prepared at the time under this area plan, it was accepted that the perception of the area was a challenge to the legacy of Tolworth Tower as an office location. That's right, isn't it?
So it's talking about nature of the sector has changed.
Yes.
Redevelopment of the tower and perception of the area.
Challenge the legacy of this activity. What's clearly being recognised, at least by officers there, was that there was essentially a legacy of historical legacy of financial and professional service activity, but that the redevelopment of the tower will also challenge that legacy, and perception of the area will challenge the legacy too. So the recognition was that the perception of the area was not of Tolworth Tower and Tolworth as a financial and professional service sector location. That's right, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it acknowledged that there would be some change from this being an office full of financial professional service sector activity. The redevelopment of the tower could mean a whole number of things. I mean, the 2015 scheme that we're talking about in here, it included a mix of office.
But the view that was being expressed in this document was that there was a challenge to the perception of the area historically as an office location. That's right, isn't it?
I'm just trying to read that to just make sure I fully understood that. So I'm not sure the language in my mind is quite as straightforward as it could be. Read that. I'm not 100% sure precisely what this is trying to say, other than there's historical legacy in financial professional service sector, which is saying this has changed.
Well, to help you, Mr. Felton, can we just look at the annex to this document to place that comment in context, please? Can we go on to Annex 2, which I think is the next core document in the list, and turn to page 15, please?
Apologies, which number was that? That's
it'll be CD 5, 8, maybe 58A.
Oh yes, yeah.
Okay, so if one goes to page 5, internal page 15 within that document, please. See that?
Not quite there. Yes.
Okay, and under the heading office.
Yeah.
With a lack of demand for office space in Tolworth, the town is not considered to be an office location due to infrequent rail service and lack of good quality stock. This makes it unattractive to larger businesses in particular. Demand from local businesses is always fairly weak. Where little are locating their headquarters, appraisal analysis study questions whether this highlights an opportunity to attract other large businesses. This finds that little of the chosen site and source have satisfied very specific criteria. It's unlikely this type of investment can be replicated. You see that? And if one then goes over to page 30 in the document.
Yeah, I think the only point that the miss there was it says demand thus tends to be characterised by smaller local occupiers.
Okay. But the general proposition that certainly officers were advising in the final draft of this document after public consultation is the town is not considered to be an office location. That's right, isn't it? That was the view.
There is a sentence which says that.
Oh, yes, there is a sentence that says that, but the authors of this document had clearly concluded that Tolworth was not an office location. That's right, isn't it?
well, yes, other than that they also talk about Lidl locating the headquarters.
Yes, but
5 minutes.
that's why I read that out. They said it satisfies very specific criteria for Lidl. It's unlikely that this type of interest can be replicated. So again, the view of the authors of this document was that not only was Tolworth not an office location, but insofar as Lidl had come, that was for specific purposes which were unlikely to be repeated. That's right, isn't it?
That's what this part of the document says.
Yeah. Very much. And if one goes on then to page 30.
Yeah.
Similar points. The third column across, comparing local economy and other centres. Final paragraph. The market analysis revealed that there is currently lack of demand for office space in Tolworth. The town is not considered to be an office location, makes it unattractive to larger businesses in particular. So when one stands back from the references that are given in this document, the overall impression is that this document was not suggesting that the complex was going to play a significant non-housing role in the regeneration of the centre, was it?
Well, I mean, the final sentence there says this makes it unattractive to larger businesses in particular. Well, we talked earlier about potential demand from smaller businesses and how policy would.
I'm going to come back to that, but I'm looking at the general tenor of the document, Mr. Felton. We can agree is that Tolworth is not an office location, and there's nothing in the document to suggest the complex is going to play a significant role beyond housing in the regeneration of the centre. That's right, isn't it?
I don't think we can conclude that the tower. This says that the tower will inevitably become housing.
But there is a general aspiration within this document to provide for housing growth in Tolworth, identified the references I took you to earlier. That's right, isn't
it? In general, there's in Tolworth there is generally we are generally wanting housing, but that doesn't mean that we aren't wanting to retain employment.
No, but the general position as far as the document is concerned is it emphasises the scope for growth for housing within Tolworth, but at the same time as identifying that Tolworth is not an office location. That's right, isn't it? I don't think we don't know from in terms of potentially smaller whether or not a larger business could come in and occupy Tolworth Tower. That's one thing, but that doesn't mean that there isn't other demand for office floor space. I mean, within these documents, which obviously, as we said, was never adopted, it refers to a 2015 scheme which includes 6 or 7 stories of office floor space. So it was anticipating that there would be some office space coming back. Sure, but as I said, we've gone through the references. It did not identify Tolworth as an office location. So it says that in terms, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think it does say that somewhere. Yeah.
Okay, let's move away from regeneration then, please, and look briefly at other matters of policy, including tall buildings. The first sort of subheading under this, please, is that we can agree, can't we, that in strategic terms, the scheme is supported by the mayor, isn't it?
In strategic terms,
yes.
Yes.
Very much.
Yeah.
And the mayor has welcomed the delivery of homes, specifically under policy H1. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, albeit that the mayor was happy to support refusal of this scheme.
Well, he didn't intervene, but I'm looking at what specifically has been said about the scheme by the mayor. We can go to the references if we need to. I'm just trying to save time, Mr. Feltham.
It probably would be easier to go to the references if we can quickly go through the
CD 61, please. PDF page 4, paragraphs 15 and 16.
Yeah.
Tolworth area plan away for now. CD 61.
Yeah.
Under the heading Principle of Development.
Yeah.
The change of use of Tolworth Tower supporting the previous application, demonstrate the uptake of office space and so on would not represent a significant loss of desirable commercial space.
Yeah.
Most of the change of buildings use is supported in strategic terms. Loss in retail floor space, GLA offers note however the quality would be improved. In addition, the proposal would provide a new area of public realm with the town centre is currently lacking, supported in respect of strategic town centre policy. Paragraph 17, the proposal would result in delivery of 499 new homes welcomed under London Plan policy. Did you see that?
Yes.
Thank you very much. If one goes on to CD 62 while we're in that vicinity of the core documents, go on to the second report, stage 2 report.
Yeah.
Paragraph 15. At stage 1, the redevelopment of the site by a high quality, high density residential led mixed scheme was considered to respond positively to London Plan policies to increase housing supply and optimise sites. The loss of office and retail space were accepted.
Yeah.
So again, a number of strategic policy aspirations acknowledged by the mayor to be met through this scheme. That's right, isn't it?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Moving on from mayoral position, tall buildings, please. Can we just clarify position on that? Now, there is no dispute, is there, that there's a technical conflict with the aspect of strategic policy relating to tall buildings under policy D9, the locational criterion B, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Right. Now, the borough hasn't undertaken the study, although just to pick you up on a point that you made in chief, I think the core strategy said as long ago as 2012 that supplementary planning documents would provide guidance on locations for tall buildings, but the borough effectively hasn't undertaken the study that's required to do. That's right, isn't it?
That's right. We haven't done any study on that yet.
But I think we can agree that the core strategy, again, we can turn it up as necessary. Policy CS8 it says tall buildings may be appropriate in district centres. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, I would think so.
And in principle, tall buildings are acceptable here given the history of the site. That's right, isn't it?
In principle, yeah, history.
And the way it's put in the statement of common ground is that there are material considerations to support all the tall buildings in this location. You accept that, can't we?
Sorry, can you say that again?
The way it's put in the statement of common ground is that there are material considerations to support the tall buildings in this location. That's right, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you. And that reflects the position taken in the mayor's stage 1 report, doesn't it?
Yes, I believe so, yes.
So I think we can agree, and just to confirm what I picked up from earlier on, that any technical policy conflict should not influence the overall balancing exercise in this case.
In terms of tall buildings?
Yes. Okay.
Yes, yes.
Thank you. Right, let's move on from overarching points on policy to move on to specifics, please. Ma'am, it's 2:45. Been going for an hour and a quarter or so. I've only got through sort of introductory part of the cross-examination on policy, which I hope to move a bit more quickly now. But I'm just wondering if that might be a convenient moment if you wanted to take a break. I'm happy to press on if you prefer to.
What I would suggest, yes, what I would possibly suggest, because obviously I'm aware that Mr. Feltham has been in the witness box and will continue to be in the witness box for some time.
Yes.
If we take a 10-minute or 15-minute break now, and then if necessary, depending on how long we go on for, we may take another very, very short break to
Yes.
just, if that assists. So if we can be back at, well, is 10 minutes enough, or do you want 15 minutes?
10's fine for me, but I'm aware Mr. Feltham's the one on the...
10's fine for me.
Is it 10 okay? Can we be back at 5:02 then, please?
Okay, thank you very much.
I'll adjourn for now. Thank you.
Can I just remind Mr. Feltham, obviously, not to talk to anyone about the case?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. You can start back now, please. Thank you. Mr. Linus.
Thank you, ma'am. Let's move on to design, please, Mr. Feltham. Now, the starting point is that the council accepts that the height, mass and scale of the development would be acceptable from a visual perspective, correct?
Yes.
Thank you very much. And the GLA stage 1 reports, we can take it out if we need to. Paragraph 45 at CD 6.1 says the height and the massing seek to build on Seaforth's original vision, and the scale and form is successful in being deferential to the existing building. Can we accept that as a general proposition?
Yes. Yeah.
Very much. So to the extent that policy in the core strategy, policy CS8, requires high quality design, the scheme is consistent with the policy objectives in those respects. We'll come on to your other points, but height, mass and scale consistent with policy in the core strategy on design, correct?
Sorry, I lost track. So you're asking me to agree in terms of height, mass, or you're asking me to agree in terms of design?
No, I specifically asked about height, mass and scale.
Yeah, fine.
No
Yes.
respect, thank you very much. And also consistent with national policy on high quality design in those respects, correct?
In
those
respects, yeah.
Thank you very much. Now, we appreciate obviously that there were reasons for refusal relating to overshadowing wind and play space, but no other aspect of the design has ever been considered by the council to justify refusal. That's right, isn't it?
Right, yeah.
Thank you very much. And within the list of reasons for refusal, including ones that refer to the locational conflict under policy D9 of the London Plan, no point was ever taken in any of the reasons for refusal on any other aspect of the design. That's right, isn't it?
That's right.
Thank you very much. And in the report to committee, again, we can take this up if we need to. There was a reference to comments from the design team, but there was nothing negative said by the case officer writing the report about design beyond the issues relating to overshadowing wind and play space.
So this is the delegated report. You
yeah, CD 6.4, just for your reference.
Yeah.
And can we accept generally that in the interest of making progress, Mr. Feltham, that the author of the committee report did not raise negative points about the design beyond those that made their way into the reason for refusal?
The author of the report, I believe that's correct, but let me...
So you didn't write the report, Mr. Feltham, is that right?
I didn't write the report. No, I reviewed the report. You
reviewed the report, did you? Well, I mean, at the time, if we look, let's just look at the report, please. It's CD.
Yeah, I've got it here.
Yeah, CD 6.4. Now, we know that in paragraph 61, there were comments from the design team.
Yes.
But in this analysis under design, unfortunately, aren't any page numbers. It'll be PDF pages 20 to 21 of CD 6.4, ma'am. But we have character appearance and design starting above paragraph 55. And we have a record from the urban design team. But until we get up to paragraph 65, it says the scale is not supported as there is compromised comfort and enjoyment of the private. Nothing negative said about the design of the scheme, including any concerns with T2 or T3. That's right, isn't it?
By the author of the report, you'll note that urban design, our urban design team made some.
Yes, but we're looking at what the officers thought, and obviously, if one then goes on to paragraph 223 on PDF page 53, there's a list of disbenefits that offers considered at the time, but not only was it not included as part of the reason for refusal, but it wasn't even listed as part of the disbenefits of the scheme. That's right, isn't it?
That's right. It wasn't. Yeah.
And obviously, you reviewed this report. I think you said, but obviously, any misgivings that you had about the report did not end up making their way in design terms into the report. That's right, isn't it?
Well, I think as you'll see at the bottom of paragraph 223, this was assessed against the policies in the MPPF 2019. So in the 2021 version, there are not significant changes, but there's the change in terms of the beautiful buildings. So that's, there
was still, in the previous version of the MPPF, there was still a requirement for high quality design, wasn't there, Mr. Felton?
Yes.
Yes, and certainly there was nothing in that policy context which, at the time of the report, suggested anything negative about the scheme in circumstances where high quality design was a requirement of policy. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, yeah.
Very much. And just bear with me. Yes, and you're identified as the authorising officer at the end of the report, aren't you?
I believe I am, yes.
Thank you very much. And just bear with me one moment. Thank you very much. Now, if one then looks into the statement of case that the council prepared, CD 46, please, and just to get the chronology of what's happened here. CD 46, page 46. It's the same PDF as internal page. Under reasons for refusal 4 and 5, tall building design, quantum and quality of amenity space, which naturally fall to be taken together, it says there. Again, one can accept, can't we, that there's nothing mentioned as far as design is concerned under those reasons for refusal, even when design is mentioned specifically in the heading. That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Now, as I understand it, when you came to write your proof, your entire comments on the design of T2 and T3 were based on were restricted to 2 sentences, where you simply said that T2 and T3 were bland and generic and lacking the interest and design features of the tower. That's the height of it, isn't it?
Yes, well, I think do I not then go on to yeah, okay, I think that is correct.
Very much. Just to place this in context, the council has never taken issue with the results of the townscape and visual impact assessment that was produced as part of the application. That's right, isn't it?
I'm not 100% sure, to be honest. I mean, obviously, our urban design team have comments on that. They would have made comments on that. But
I'm asking about the position of the council. We've never seen anything in The reason for refusal, the statement of case or your evidence, where you take any issue with the contents of the TVIA that was submitted with the application.
That's right. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And we know from the GLA Stage 1 report that the conclusion was reached. Again, we can take this out if we need to, that the submitted TVIA demonstrates the proposal would respond positively to its local area and townscape. That view of the GLA was never disputed either, was it?
If that's what they, yeah, it does say that. So yeah, that's.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Now, I think when you were giving your evidence and your proof, you refer to agreeing with the comments of the design review panel. As set out in the statement of case. Now, I'll ask Mr. Taylor to deal with that. But when you wrote those comments in your proof, I presume you knew what was in front of the design review panel when those comments were written.
So, sorry, is this referring to paragraph 13.1?
Yes. You say you agree with the design review panel, but you can't refer to the design review panel unless you knew what they were looking at and then what was proposed. Can you?
Yeah, okay, yeah.
And certainly we know that the comments from the design review panel didn't commend themselves to the council when it was writing its report on this scheme. That's right, isn't it?
I'm not, without going back to what the design review panel said, I'm not.
No, I'm asking what the council, whatever the design review panel said, which we'll come on to in a moment.
Yeah.
Any comments by them did not justify any adverse position being taken on design by the council when it refused this scheme on other grounds, did it?
Well, because we didn't refuse it on design grounds.
And if we go to the design review panel, please, CD 65.
Yeah.
It's PDF page 8, ma'am, paragraph 3.3 in the documents. Reference is being made there to more could be done to make the new tower distinctive and characterful. And I go on to say their design should either contrast the horizontal elements of the existing tower with a vertical emphasis, or echo it. The opportunity to be bolder in either direction should be explored. Obviously, Mr. Felton, as I said, that comment was made based on the scheme as it was being developed at the time of the review panel, correct?
So this was the particular drawings at that time.
So
June.
The views as being expressed by the design review panel there do not reflect where the scheme ended up as far as the design of T2 and T3 is concerned, correct?
I'm not 100% sure what the changes were between the two, but
well, Mr. Taylor has described the process generally in his presentation. Do you hear that?
Yes, I did. Yeah.
Thank you very much. But if one takes the point here that design should either contrast horizontal elements with vertical emphasis or echo it, presumably you heard Mr. Taylor explain that that advice was taken on board as part of the evolution of the scheme, and you don't have you don't dispute that that was the intention behind what Mr. Taylor was doing with the design, do you?
No.
Thank you very much. And if you look at the design and access statement, please, briefly, just to follow through what happened. CD 27, please. And I think when you look at this online, there are 2 parts. Just bear with me.
But this is 6 parts, actually.
Might be part 2 within 6. Just bear with me. Yeah, CD 27, but go into part 2, please, on page 32 in the PDF.
Tolworth 2 concept evolution.
Yes, exactly. Okay. The Tolworth Tower parent building establishes a tapestry of horizontal and vertical elements with a clear hierarchy in the build of its facade.
Mm-hmm.
We propose to repeat this hierarchical tapestry in the proposed buildings with a greater focus on verticality, as is appropriate for these buildings' residential use. Okay, and then that's mainly identified within that page.
Yeah.
So again, Mr. Felton, everyone will have different views on the design, but bearing in mind the design review panel's comment that we should consider the going more vertical or more horizontal, it's quite clear, isn't it, that the design and access statement took on board the comment and reached a view as to what should happen as far as horizontality or verticality was concerned. Right.
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And again, if we consider what the GLA have said, again, we can take it out if we can. CD 66, please, the GLA pre-app comments on CD 66, and it's PDF page 7 within that document. And at the bottom of that page, under massing, scale, and height, is what I referred you to before. Scale and form of the proposed blocks are successful in being deferential to the tower when introducing a balanced composition at the heart of the town centre. The intention to draw from the architecture of Tolworth Tower is supported. However, a pastiche version of the tower should be avoided in the residential buildings. So again, presumably you accept that a pastiche version of the tower should be avoided in residential buildings, wouldn't you?
Yes, yes, I probably would. Yes,
and you accept that, as that reference confirms, there were no criticisms of the detailed design from the GLA as far as this horizontality or verticality of the facade is concerned. Correct?
Well, I suppose the next paragraph, 40, it says the applicant is encouraged to continue to work with the council to achieve high quality and refined appearance. So
yes, but they weren't suggesting there was a problem with what the architect had been doing, was it? Were they? It's quite clear from that paragraph they were broad support of the approach that was being taken.
Yes, they were, but yeah.
And if one goes back to stage 1 report at CD 61, please, on PDF page 13. Under the heading design.
Yeah.
Toward the end of that, the design approach is supported and key details should be secured to ensure that exemplary architecture and build quality are delivered.
Yeah.
So what the GLA were in fact saying is that we actually want you to secure what we've seen because we like it, not that there's a problem. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, I suppose it's not 100% clear whether they've seen the exemplary architectural quality, but
one can expect, Mr. Felton, they're aware of the approach to high quality design, which runs through the London plan. That's fair, isn't it?
Yes, yes.
Yes, and they're clearly indicating under design that there aren't any issues with the detailed design the scheme generally, let alone T2 and T3 specifically.
Yeah.
Right, thank you very much. And in your rebuttal, you referred to side plates. Now, I just want to look at that very briefly. Now, as the design review panel recognised in the point I've taken you to, there is more than one way of creating a successful design, isn't there?
Yes.
You do not need to, and you should not simply copy what was there. You avoid a pastiche. You don't copy, do you?
No, but I suppose you need to make sure that the building fits with its with obviously this obviously the Tolworth Tower in this case.
Well, we've been through the horizontal and vertical approach taken in the DAS. Obviously, one of the features of the side plates, as you call them, in the existing Tower 1, is that they're expressed here at ground floor, correct?
Yeah.
And they reflect the structural integrity of the building, don't they?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. And if one cast your mind back to Mr. Taylor's presentation, we can take out the presentation if we need to, but the resolution to grant scheme that's being considered, where there was a reflection of the pilates at ground floor, that was not included as part of the structural integrity of the design for that scheme. That's right, isn't it?
I don't know whether it was part of the structural integrity of the scheme.
Okay. I can pick that up with Mr. Taylor. He did state this in his presentation, but we can move on. And as we've seen from the design and access statement, T2 and T3, they do have, to some extent, an exposed structural grid on the exterior, reflecting the textured tiling on the tower. That's right, isn't it?
When you're saying exposed structural grid, you mean the design of it or the actual exposed structure?
Well, the design involves an exposed structural grid, emphasising the verticality within the design, doesn't it?
Yes, there's.
Thank you very much. And we can take this out if we need to make progress.
Yeah, I'm just looking at your. Yeah, there's vertical elements which I suppose that do go through enclose the structure. So from that point, yes.
And if we need to, I mean, hopefully we don't need to. We can just give the reference to the inspector. But pages 31 and 32 of the presentation Mr. Taylor gave indicated that there would be elevation articulation, which included exposing the grid on the exterior and including textured tiling, which recognised the materiality of the tower. You accept that as a general approach was intended to reflect the tower, wasn't it?
Yes, absolutely. Yes, I do remember him saying that.
Yes, and you also remember him saying the corner edge detailing using the balconies was intended to reflect the corner edge detailing of Tower 1. Another design approach that was used, wasn't it?
Yeah, yes, that does ring a bell, yes.
Very much. And you accept that he also said the massing of the scheme was intended to reflect the more slender east to west elevations of Tower 1. That's right too, isn't it?
I don't remember that, but I accept that.
Pretty obvious. You accept that.
I accept that. Yeah.
You also accept that there's a double height ground floor built into the design, which is intended to nod to the double height at the bottom of Tower 1. That's true too, isn't it?
Well, in T2 and T3.
Yeah.
No, not.
The main structural element at the bottom of the flats is intended to give the appearance of a double height ground floor, isn't it? If we need to, we can go to page 33 of the presentation.
Looking at, yeah, if we could, that would be.
Okay. Do you have that? It's page 33 of Mr. Taylor's presentation.
is not in the core documents, is it?
Here to be. Ma'am, do you have that separately, ma'am? Sorry, you're on mute, ma'am.
Sorry, just bear with me while I find it, because it's on a separate system. But it does need to go on as a core document because it was a presentation to me.
Ma'am, it's pages 33 and 34 of the presentation. Do you have that, Mr. Felton?
No, I don't, sorry.
No, I'm going to have to find it, so it will take me a little while.
Let's see if I can do it in the DAS instead.
Okay, I have it.
Thank you very much. If we go to page 33 initially, ma'am, the elevation articulation, that illustrates the points that I've been through already, and which Mr. Feltham has accepted about various design features. We're dealing with the double height ground floor, and I'm just drawing Mr. Feltham's attention to the visual material on page 33, which shows the bottom of the main flats and the indication of a double height entrance there. And if you go on, ma'am, to page 34, this is the family of buildings that Mr. Taylor said you wouldn't see, but it does illustrate the point about the proposed double height approach to T2 and T3. Do you have that page?
I'm looking at that, yeah.
Thank you.
A family of buildings, it's called.
Yeah, that's the one. And again, that on the previous page, the simple point, Mr. Feltham, is that apart from all the other design moves that we've been through already, what the architects sought to do was increase ground floor height in visual terms to double height to reflect the approach taken under T1. Do you see that?
Yeah, I can see the intention.
Thank you
there, and there is a distinction between the floors above, but there's also a distinction between the ground and the first floor. So
yes, but I'm asking about the relationship between T2 and T3 on the one hand and T1 on the other. So you accept that apart from all the other design moves that I've taken you through, there was an intention on the part of the architect here to use the double height of the ground floor to nod to the approach taken in T1. That's right, isn't it?
yeah, yeah.
Very much. Now, that's T2 and T3. Please, can we just deal with other points on design? There's nothing that I can see in your proof or in your evidence in chief, actually, to indicate that you've taken into account the design quality of the rest of the scheme beyond, wind, play space, and daylight and sunlight factors. That's right, isn't it?
So I didn't quite get.
Yeah,
I wasn't quite sure.
There's nothing in your proof or in your evidence in chief to show that you have allowed for any design quality of the rest of the scheme, in particular T1. That's right, isn't it?
Well, given any positive.
Yeah, there's nothing. There's nothing to indicate you've even considered it, Mr. Feltham.
Yes, okay. Yes, it's not in my proof, or I didn't say it today. That's true. Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's just look at the implications of that, please. Obviously, you accept in general terms that the refurbishment of T1 would be a positive benefit of the scheme in architectural and design terms. That's right, isn't it?
Well, it's refurbishing an existing building, so
Yes.
It's in terms of design, you know, as I've said before, we're very happy with the current design of that building.
You're happy with how that building. You're happy with that building as it stands, are you? Okay, but can you answer my question? I mean, the refurbishment of T1 in the way that Mr. Taylor explained, in the architectural and design terms, you must accept that that is a positive benefit of this scheme, Mr. Felton.
I think in terms of, I mean, I think the approach that's been taken is to try to minimise the impact on that building from a design point of view. So we start with a building that we like, and the crucial thing is to ensure that we still like it once the changes have taken place. So
I'm sorry, Mr. Felton, can you just answer my question, please? In design terms, the refurbishment of T1 is a positive benefit of the scheme, isn't it?
The refurbishment of it, well, are you talking just externally from what this looks like externally?
Well, let's start with externally. Let's start with that, see if we can make progress. Mr. Felton, compare the building as it looks now with the building as it's going to be under the scheme, T1. You must accept that there would be a positive benefit to the refurbishment of T1, even in pure external visual, even on a purely external visual basis. That's right, isn't it?
I'm not sure. I mean, yeah, clearly the building needs some maintenance. So to do that, actually, I don't know necessarily to get a benefit. It needs to go beyond that.
Let's see if I can help you, Mr. Felton. Can we take out the committee report for the refurb scheme, please? It's CD72. And go to PDF, page 27.
Yeah.
That's paragraph 54 of the report.
Paragraph 54.
Okay, so obviously
No,
this is sorry, page 50.
Sorry, which number was it? CD
72.
72. Yeah, I thought that's what I had.
The PDF 23. Within that, there's paragraph 54.
Paragraph 54. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now this was for the refurb scheme, materially the same as what was being proposed for T1 now, correct? In design terms.
Yes.
Yes. And let's look at paragraph 54. Taken overall, the proposal is considered to positively modernise the currently underused landmark building. The efficient layouts provide a huge uplift in residential accommodation, the sustainable location and area of change. Concerns over the number of quality and maintenance space and number of direct north and south facing units, blah, blah, blah. The proposal does change the current architectural composition, however. It is represented to be done in a way that preserves the building's architectural integrity and seemingly successfully converts the building from commercial office to residential use. With such change of use and modernisation, these changes are considered minimal, ensure visual coherence, retaining the building's overall character and appearance. So there's a reference to positively modernise, and then if one goes over to paragraph 100, please. So positively modernise in paragraph 54, and goes on to paragraph 100, please.
Yeah.
In terms of design, the proposed recladding of the building, this is PDF page 30, paragraph 100. In terms of design, the proposed recladding of the building would bring about a significant improvement of a landmark building. Although this benefit somewhat tempered by alterations to the roof form, however, overall, significant weight is attributed to the improvement to the appearance of the building. You see that?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, now, in those circumstances, Mr. Felton, if significant weight has been attributed to the improvement of the appearance of T1 under the refurb scheme, it must follow that significant weight should be given to the improvement of the appearance of T1 under this scheme.
Yes, if those are the same, then
Yes.
I'd agree. I mean, I suppose the point in paragraph 49 is that this has been designed in a way to actually not change the appearance very significantly, albeit to make it more modern and fit for use. So yeah.
Well, yes, that's treated as a positive modernisation earlier on in the committee, but the point remains, Mr. Felton, that the council, I think you now accept that significant weight should be given to the improvements to T1. That's right, isn't it?
Yeah, to be consistent with paragraph 100.
And frankly, that significant weight being given to the architecture of T1 is a matter that's been completely ignored in the planning balance that you have conducted, isn't it? Because you haven't taken it into account until now.
Yes, I haven't explicitly said that, no.
Well, you didn't even think it, Mr. Felton. That's something which you've completely ignored when striking the planning balance. A factor that should be given significant weight has been completely ignored in the planning balance you carried out. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, I think so, yes.
Right, thank you very much. Let's move on to daylight and sunlight, please. Can I just retrace the chronology of this issue a little bit, please? Again, you'll be familiar with the reason for refusal. If we need to take it out, we can. But the reason for refusal said it hadn't been robustly demonstrated that the amenity space would be of good quality, given the incomplete assessment in relation to daylight and sunlight. Do you recall?
Yes, I mean it's a while since I've looked at that report.
Let's get CD 63 out then, please, which is the decision notice. And it's the second page within that, reason for refusal 5.
Yeah.
Okay, and it says, middle of that reason, not been robustly demonstrated, the proposed amenity space would be of good quality, given the incomplete assessment in relation to sunlight and overshadowing. Do you see that?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. And if we try to understand what that concern was, if we go back to the committee report, which is CD 64, and it's PDF 21, within that document, paragraph 63. Check that's the right. Yes, in paragraph 63, at the end of that paragraph, it says officers also raised concerns about the levels of sunlight and overshadowing at the proposed amenity deck level. Not a great deal there, but then if one goes over to paragraph 117 on PDF page 32, there's a reference made to daylight sunlight report, the 50% figure that we have, that you have spoken of already today at the inquiry. And it goes on to say, however, it's noted that the semicircular amenity space at the northern extent of the podium amenity deck has been excluded from the assessment. It's therefore unclear whether at least half of the podium amenity deck would receive at least 2 hours sunlight on the 21st of March as recommended in the BRE guidance. Okay, so one can trace back from the reason for refusal. That was really the concern that was the basis for the reason for refusal, correct?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. And one can note as well from paragraph 117 that there wasn't any point being taken about the extent of compliance with the 50% figure. The council was simply saying, we need a bit more information to show that you would achieve 50%, and the implication was you'd be happy, correct?
I'm just checking that. Yes.
Yeah, so the concern was about the exclusion from the assessment of the semicircular area at the northern end of the deck. That's right, isn't it? That's the only concern expressed, correct?
Yes, because it was so close to the 50%, and
Yes.
you know, we weren't sure whether it was compliant or not compliant.
Sure, but just to break that down a little, no other concern raised about the methodology or the analysis in the submitted assessment. That's right, isn't it?
That's right, yeah.
Yes. No dispute with the 2 hour sun on the ground test as at the 21st of March either, because all you were looking for is information to show that had been met, correct?
Yes, that's the yes, that is the test.
And it follows then there's no dispute, certainly within the report, that if you can demonstrate that 2 hour sun on the ground test, that it was likely to be adequately lit throughout the year, as far as the amenity deck as a whole is concerned. That's right, isn't it?
In this, certainly this section, there's nothing to.
Well, in the whole report, Mr. Felton, this is why I've taken you to it. That was the whole basis for the reason for refusal, wasn't it? That paragraph. Yes. Yeah.
Yes, yeah, I think that is correct. I'm just trying to check that. Yes, as far as I can tell, that is correct. Yes.
Yes. I say no dispute with the BRE test or the implication that if you can demonstrate that there wasn't going to be an issue in overshadowing terms. You accept that, don't you?
Just
that's the approach that was taken, wasn't it?
Yes, I thought yes. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. And again, as far as the BRE guidance is concerned, I hope we can accept this without taking out some more documents. You said that there are guidelines, so they must be interpreted and applied flexibly, having regard to the site context. That's right, isn't it?
That's right, yeah.
Thank you very much. And that means that they may be, in some cases, more difficult to achieve in a more tightly constrained environment. That's right too, isn't it?
Yes, I mean, they may be.
Yes, okay, thank you. Now, let's move on to your proof then. In your proof, when dealing with the quality of amenity space, daylight, sunlight, and overshadowing did not even merit a mention, did they?
In my proof.
When dealing with the quality of amenity space, please do correct me if I'm wrong, we can deal with the point, but I'm just trying to understand the approach that you've taken.
Yeah, that's is this. Yes, nothing mentioned in my
No.
proof.
No. Okay. So, okay, and what we know from our point of view is that when we were preparing our evidence, Mr. Lonergan, again, we can hopefully take this quickly, took on board the point about the assessment not allowing for the semicircular area at the northern end of the site. And he responded to that point and conducted his assessment accordingly, didn't he?
Yes, yes.
And again, we can go to his evidence as necessary, but the result of that showed that the figure for the amenity deck met the 50% guidance figure. That's right, isn't it?
That's right, yes.
Thank you very much. So essentially, the sole concern that had been expressed in the reason for refusal and the committee report was resolved through his proof of evidence, wasn't it?
In terms of the yes, in terms of the points raised here and in the committee report, yes.
Thank you very much. And there's no dispute, again, applying the approach that was adopted in the committee report of asking whether the 50% guideline is met. The amenity deck fully complies with the recommended guideline, doesn't it? In the way that it was approached in the committee report?
In the way that it's approached in the committee report, yes. I mean, there's obviously areas where there's areas.
I will come on to those.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, obviously in your rebuttal, you've raised, and in your evidence in chief, you've raised a point about the formal play area and part of the allotment following going below the 2 hours. I mean, it follows from what we discussed that this is not a point of concern at any stage before, either when the committee report was being written or even when you were writing your own proof of evidence. Not something that's occurred to.
Yes, it's not explicitly said in any of those. Absolutely.
Okay. And just to follow this through, please, can we take out get 2 documents out, please? Mr. Price's appendix. So it's the plan showing the landscape strategy in Mr. Price's proof. And have that out, and then at the same time, can we, and that is Mr. Price's appendix, yes, and then Mr. Lonergan's proof figure 4, which, ma'am, it's on PDF page 11 of Mr. Lonergan's proof, page 10 of the paper version. Okay, now, if we look at these documents together.
Page 11, did you say?
Page PDF 11, I think it is. It's page 10 in the document itself.
Page 10.
Version. Okay. Ma'am, do you have both those documents?
I do, yes.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Now, insofar as you raise a point about the formal play area, we're presuming this is what is shown as 2A on Mr. Price's plan towards the north. Is that right?
Well, I suppose that's yes, broadly. Well, I suppose the formal play area, I would say, would be the circle with the colours on it.
That's what I'm referring to.
Yeah.
That is a formal play area. There is also, of course, another formal play area 2B at the south of the deck. You see that?
Yes.
Yes. And when one looks at Mr. Lonergan's plan, that is obviously above the 50% as shown on his plan. That's right, isn't it?
Sorry, what are you saying is 50%? The
area 2B is the other area of formal play space identified by Mr. Price on his plan. Do you see that?
yes.
Yes. And if one traces that onto figure 4, Mr. Lonergan's evidence, that is an area with at least 2 hours of sunlight within it.
Yes.
Okay. And one knows as well that just slightly to the north of the play space area in 2B, one has the semicircular area, which is the area that Mr. Lonergan considered after the reason for refusal, correct?
Sorry, the bit to the north of 2B.
2E is shown. That's the area which Mr. Lonergan brought into his assessment of his proof following the reason for refusal, correct?
Oh, the semi, yes, okay, the semicircular part, yes.
So, again, so obviously anyone using the formal play area, which on this plan is below the 50% as a discrete part of the overall amenity space. If overshadowing, contrary to our view, is something which is being considered by those using that space, there is always the play space at 2B in the other part of the amenity area. That's right, isn't it?
Certainly 2B
Yes.
is available.
And in many ways, having 2A and 2B gives a choice to those who are using the space. There may be some who prefer to be in shadow when compared with the sunnier space further to the south of the site. That's right, isn't it?
Well, I think we would expect sort of good climatic conditions for all of that, not just to be a choice.
Okay, well, I'm going to come on to placing this in context, but you accept that there are other areas of play space available to those wishing to use it within the site. That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
And as far as the allotment area is concerned, if we actually compare that area as shown in Mr. Price's plan with the area of blue in figure 4, it's actually a relatively small part of the overall allotment space, isn't it? The blue area.
Yes, most of that is yellow.
It's only a minor part of the allotment, isn't it? Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Again, to place even these points in context, if one looks over to Mr. Lonergan's figure 5, I hope you appreciate that what he's done here is to say, well, the blue and the yellow notation on figure 4 is a very sort of black and white. Are you above or below 50%? When in reality, daylight, sunlight, and overshadowing operates on a gradient. So he in figure 5 has conducted a graded study, which shows the extent to which you have areas which fall slightly below the 2 hours. Do you see that with figure 5?
I can see figure 5, and I can see what's.
Yeah, so that in addition to 53% of the space meeting the overall 2-hour target, there are large areas of the podium which achieve from around 1.8 to 2 hours of direct sunlight as at the 21st of March. That's right, isn't it?
I guess what's not entirely clear to me, if I look at that plan, is what each colour means so I can tell where the 1.8 is.
Have you looked at Mr. Lonergan's Appendix 3?
Yes. Okay. So that then gives you the grading for the.
So you can see it. You can see it's the final page in Mr. Lonergan's evidence. You can see that in the box between 1.6 and 2, where the yellow is the 2-hour figure where you meet the guidance, there is an area below the pure yellow, it's a 1.8, and even above 1.6, frankly, where you may not be hitting the 2 hours, but you are pretty close to doing it. You see that?
Yeah. So as you go from yellow to orange,
and that will include part of the area in the play space to the north of the site, doesn't it?
yes, it does. Yeah.
So that shows that there are large areas of the site achieving not simply the 2 hours, but actually achieving 1.7, 1.8 hours and upwards. That's right, isn't it?
There are areas that achieve less than 2, but more than 1.7 or 1.8. That is true.
And that difference of, say, of 1.7, 1.8 hours, it amounts to about 12 minutes in reality, and over the course of that period, doesn't it?
1.7 hours is,
yeah, what with 1.8 hours, the difference between that and
12 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, so again, you're not suggesting, are you, Mr. Felton, that in reality, particularly with kids playing in that area, there's going to be any noticeable difference on the ground between sort of 1.8 and 2 hours as far as 12 minutes of overshadowing is concerned? It doesn't want to make any difference, is it?
Well, it will make some difference. I mean, we're talking about 2 hours of sunlight a day out of, a possible 12 on March 21st. So we're only getting a sixth of the possible hours, and obviously that's then going below that. But
well, the way the guidance works is as at 21st of March on a snapshot, which I'm going to come on to. It's not 2 out of 12. It's the wrong way of looking at it, Mr.
It might be 8 actually.
But anyway, but I'll just put the point again. 12. The difference between 1.8 and 2 hours. The fundamental point is that there are larger areas, including those within the play space and indeed the allotment area, which would achieve, if not 2 hours, then pretty close to it.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. And obviously, one bears in mind this is guidance which relates to the 21st of March alone, correct?
21st March, 21st September, absolutely, yeah.
Well, 21st of March is the assessment date, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes, and obviously matters will improve after the 21st of March, won't they?
They will.
Yes. So to the extent that we have already 53% of the area overall meeting the standard, we accord with the guidance. But beyond that, we need to recognise that this snapshot date of the 21st of March does not actually represent the overall position throughout the year as far as the extent of daylight and sunlight in that play space or the allotment. That's right, isn't it?
Well, it's about sunlight rather than daylight, but it's
telling you what happens at the 21st of March.
The 21st of March is given as the snapshot because things get worse towards 21st of December and better towards 21st of June. So
yes, but in the circumstance of this site, it gets back to the way the site's been designed. The two spaces that you've identified, the play space and the allotment space, are more likely to be used after the 21st of March when the lighting position improves. That's right, isn't it?
Well, the idea is that these will be used throughout the year.
Yes, but the reality is, Mr. Feltham, there's play space and allotment space. They will tend to be used to a greater extent when the weather is better during the spring and the summer part of the year. That's right, isn't it?
I don't know whether that's true. I mean, if it was raining, then maybe you wouldn't. But if it's not, then you would hope to be able to use this throughout the year. In any event,
Mr. Felton, the inspector's got the point. whatever the position that the 21st of March in these individual areas, it's right to note that that is a snapshot that will not represent an improving position between the 21st of March and September, correct?
It will be improving. That's half of the year, but worse the other half of the year.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Now, thank you very much. Now, in those circumstances, Mr. Feltham, that where we comply in the manner that's been adopted by the committee reports of looking at the amenity deck as a piece, it's simply wrong to describe the mere appearance of the blue area in Mr. Lonergan's figure 4 as showing poor qualities of daylight or overshadowing, isn't it?
Well, that area is the area of the where it is poor quality in terms of sunlight.
It's not in circumstances, Mr. Feltham, where areas of that space either meet the 2-hour figure, in particular with the allotments, or have areas which approach the 2-hour figure, both within the allotments and the play space. It's simply wrong to describe the quality of that space as poor when they're either at or close to the BRE guidance figure. That's right, isn't it?
Well, I think the guidance talks about two hours. So,
which we meet across the amenity area as a whole.
Absolutely, yes. But those, it's obviously split kind of into two, in that the southern part of the deck is well served by sunlight. The northern part in general is where there are see much more overshadowing and therefore much less sunlight. But I accept that overall it passes, but this area would be less desirable from a sunlight point of view than the area which is identified as 1 on the plan I'm looking at.
Okay, well, we've been through the way the space performs. Just bear with me, Mr. Feltham, while I see I can avoid asking some further questions on this before moving on. Let's move on, please. I have some questions on policy, but I think I'm going to leave those for Mr. McCurry. Now, let's deal with wind next, please. Ma'am, I realise it's coming up to 4 o'clock. I'm in your hands. Really, I'm prepared to go on to deal with wind, but I do have to get some other documents out. And I'm aware that Mr. Feltham's been in the witness stand for most of today.
Thank you, Mr. Linus. Mr. Feltham, how are you feeling in terms of continuing, or are you becoming a little bit flagged?
No, I'm fine to continue. Yeah.
Okay. I'm content to do so. Do you need a short break? How long will this take, Mr. Linus?
Hopefully less than half an hour, ma'am.
Are you happy to continue, Mr. Feltham?
Yeah, I'm happy.
Mr. Linus, then.
Thank you very much. Now, wind next, please. Again, perhaps we can keep this relatively short in understanding where this issue has come from. The reason for refusal referred to proposal compromising the comfort and enjoyment of private and communal open spaces within the development. And it referred to under reason refusal 5, given comfort levels of standing for areas of communal and private amenity space. So the issue that's been identified in the reason for refusal was purely in relation to the recording of standing results in the wind assessment study, correct?
Yeah, so that's the issue is about the area, the amount of area where it's just standing.
Thank you very much. And I think in your rebuttal, again, we can turn it up if we need to, that the main concerns relate to podium level, correct?
Yes, correct.
Thank you very much. Now, as far as the methodology is concerned, can we do that first of all, please? The standing reference is to the Lawson criteria used in the applicant's wind assessment, isn't it?
Yes.
And the council's never disputed the methodology adopted by the appellant or with the actual results of its wind assessment, has it?
No, we haven't.
And no further information has ever been required by the council at any stage beyond what was presented in that assessment. That's right, isn't it?
So yeah, I think that's correct, because the reason for refusal raises those concerns about it. So yes.
Yes, but we've never been asked for any further information away of the wind assessment, have we?
No, I don't think so.
Very much. And in fairness to you, you don't bring any particular specialist expertise or experience in wind assessment to the inquiry, do you?
I don't.
Thank you very much. Now, in your rebuttal, you say that the figures in the appellant's evidence relate to the ground level, not the podium. This is paragraph 29 of your rebuttal. We don't need to turn it up. But just to confirm the position, can we take out Ms. Shilton's proof, please, CD97, and turn to PDF page 14 and following, where figures 4 and 5, 4 to 7 are shown, please.
Sorry, which pages was that?
It starts on PDF page 14, I think. It is in the paper version, it's page 14.
Yeah.
Now, figures 4 and 5, they're identified as ground level wind comfort conditions. Figure 4, ground level, figure 5, ground level.
Yes.
And then over the page, we've got figure 6 for podium, and figure 7 is thermal comfort, which we'll go on to for the moment, but that's podium 2. So we didn't quite understand the reference in the rebuttal where you said that the figure is related to the ground level, not podium, because podium information was quite clearly included in the appellant's evidence, wasn't it?
Well, figures 4 and 5 are just showing that shows the proposed development on the ground floor in the windiest season, and figure 5 summer season. Level 2 is the summer season. So
the point, we're just trying to be clear what you were getting at in the rebuttal, because your rebuttal was suggesting that we hadn't shown figures for a podium level, but it's quite clear that there were podium level results shown in the evidence.
But only for the summer season.
Yes, but I mean, I can ask Ms. Shilton to deal with this sort of summer point, but I mean, this is a standard practice in circumstances where you're dealing with an amenity area to provide wind results for the season within which it's going to be more likely to be used.
Well, it should be able to be used throughout all seasons. So,
but well, I can ask Ms. Shilton to deal with this. We'll come on to thermal comfort in a moment.
Mm-hmm.
But certainly, as I said, this was never a point that was raised by the council when the wind assessment was prepared, because we were never asked for further information anyway. As far as winter conditions were concerned, and there was never any dispute taken with the methodology, as you just confirmed. That's right, isn't it?
That's right. We just refused the scheme. We didn't ask for any more information.
Exactly. So you've never asked us for information, and you accepted the methodology, which applied a summer season approach to the podium as being, as Ms. Shilton will describe, standard practice. That's right, as a matter of fact, isn't it?
Well, I guess the concerns still stand that if we're talking about 3 months out of 12, that we're only being shown what the situation is for a short period of time, at a time when we would expect it to be better
Again,
than 9 months.
This was not something that ever concerned the council at the previous stage when looking at the application. It's right, isn't it? Never asked for, methodology accepted entirely.
No, we haven't. We haven't asked for more information, so I understand it.
Okay, well, let's look at the results as they are. We have on figure 6, we have the majority of the locations at podium level are meeting sitting standard, correct?
The majority, yes.
Yeah, thank you very much. And again, hopefully you have Mr. Price's appendix out still.
Yeah.
If we just run through the areas that are identified as being standing, running from the top of the site. Location 2 on figure 6 is right in the middle of the formal play space, isn't it?
So I'm just zooming in to be able to see that figure. Yes.
Yes, and one can see there that it's surrounded by figures which have sitting identified, but location point 2 is in an area of formal play space where you would not expect a sitting standard to be achieved, is it?
I mean, it's not necessarily clear. I'm not precise looking at the plan. It's difficult for me to tell precisely what is proposed there. Just because
look at location 2, Mr. Felton. It's quite
yes,
clearly within the formal play space area, isn't it?
yes, but that doesn't mean that children won't be sitting in that environment. That's what I'm saying. I can't be sure precisely.
Yes, but Mr. Felton, I'm sorry, but this illustrates the design rationale behind the scheme in part. The whole point of the play space is not to have children sitting, but to be playing, isn't it?
Yes, but children will play, but some will sit as well. It will. I mean, obviously, I guess what we expect is quite a lot of children will use this particular area.
Yes, to play. That's the design intention, Mr. Felton, isn't it? You want the kids to be moving
absolutely.
around,
Yes,
and actually,
yes.
we want them to be standing up, don't we?
Yes.
I mean, let's be fair, Mr. Felton. We have a lot to debate, but let's be fair here. Standing at location 2 in the formal play space issue, formal play space, particularly when they're sitting locations immediately nearby, it is not an issue, is it? Really?
The play space guidance does talk about areas that are windy and things like that. So it is something which I think the guidance talks about trying to trying to design those features out.
Take me to that then, please, Mr. Felton.
just. So it's, yeah, we're CD 519, isn't it?
Yep. What are you relying upon then?
Just, so 4.48, it talks about if leftover spaces, overshadowed or windy spaces are utilised, it should be made worthy through innovative design.
Yes, well, that's very far, Mr. Felton, from suggesting you shouldn't be using them to play in, isn't it? It doesn't suggest that you shouldn't be using areas which are windy for play space.
It doesn't say. It doesn't say that. It doesn't say that you can't. No.
So, and no issue's ever been taken by this council with the potential to achieve quality play space provision in any part of the site as far as the play space itself is concerned.
No, I mean, I guess.
Sorry. I mean,
Yeah.
there's nothing. There's absolutely nothing in 448. Is there to suggest that one location within play space, which is identified as having standing criteria under Lawson, should be regarded as anything like unacceptable? Nothing like that at all there, is there?
Well, I mean, this is so this figure 6 is saying that this is with mitigation measures. So obviously, that's done what it can to reduce that wind. You know, it's not ideal that is windy, and the guidance says that, you know, that should be tried to be resolved as
No,
far as possible.
it just said you should. Well, let's just be clear what the guidance says. First of all, it doesn't say anything at all to suggest that you shouldn't be using areas which are windy.
No.
And secondly, Mr. Felton, you can't even say that a standing result for one area within the play space is windy. All that result is saying is that applying the Lawson criteria, you can stand there.
Yeah.
So it's not even windy for the purposes of the guidance, is it?
Yeah, I suppose there are worse criteria. So yes, you could.
Well, if one looks at the Lawson comfort criteria,
yeah,
in the Shilton's proof, internal page 8, table 1, standing gentle breezes, as opposed to sitting where you can read a paper or comfortably sit for long periods. Get back to my point, Mr. Felton. This is a play space where you're not anticipating that you're going to have children reading a paper as opposed to enjoying a gentle breeze. That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
Right. Okay. Can we move on then, please? Further to the south, we have some standing results. 216, 213, 214.
Yeah.
One can see from Mr. Price's plan that's allotment space moving into circulation space, correct?
Yes.
Yes, same applies. That space has been purposely designed for a different activity, expressly involving standing. Right, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. So again, a gentle breeze under the Lawson criteria isn't going to be an issue for allotment users, is it?
Well, I think they will be. I would agree they would be likely to be standing. So
okay, so there isn't an issue with allotment space, is there?
no.
No. Okay. 210 is the same as 216, as is 203 actually. One is treating those as part of thoroughfares where one would expect to be walking rather than sitting down for long periods. That's right, isn't it?
So certainly 203 is by an access and sort of circulation space. 210, I mean, it is 210 and 212. Obviously, 212 is right in the middle of the artificial grass area. 210 is right on the edge of that. I mean, presumably.
Let's be realistic, Mr. Feltham. I mean, we're not going to be arguing over a couple of yards here and there. I mean, that 210 entry is partly on the circulation space and on the very edge of a wider grassed area. You're not being sensible, please, Mr. Feltham, going to require sitting in that location, are you?
If we're talking about that particular square, but presumably that is indicative of the wind in that immediate area.
Well, you could look at 208 and 209 next to 210. You're back to sitting there, even if there was an issue. But again, 210, a gentle breeze in 210 that is slightly above what you'd expect to be set where you're sitting for long periods of time reading paper. Entirely appropriate for that area, which is part of the circular walk around the building, Mr. Feltham.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then 212 is within a much wider area of amenity space, which again is not the type of sort of cafe use where you're going to be sitting down reading a paper for long periods of time throughout the entire area, is it?
Well, this is I would think very of the areas which I would expect to be used for sitting. That would be certainly one of those areas because it's a artificial grass area where absolutely people could be.
Yes, but it's one location within that area. And again, to put this in context, this is a gentle breeze. It's not even at sort of strolling level under the Lawson criteria where you would have a street or a park. If you turn back to page 8 on table 1, a strolling result, which we are nowhere, we are not near. We don't record that on any part of the amenity deck. Moderate breeze would be appropriate for strolling along a plaza or a park. So we're not even at that level within the amenity space. And it's not necessarily space where you'd require or expect people to sit constantly. It's a wider grassed area where people are going to be moving around, isn't it?
No, not necessarily. I think people could very easily want to sit in that area. It would, and that square presumably is indicative. If we move 2 meters away from that square or 5 meters away from that square, so if we move towards 214, we move towards 210 from there, we have nothing to suggest that whole area won't be windy on that artificial grass area. Well, that could easily be where somebody chooses to sit and read a book or whatever. That's a very common thing for people to do.
But based purely on the results, you move towards sitting if this were even considered to be an issue at either end of that amenity area. As I said to you, this is part of a wider amenity space provision, the majority of which achieves sitting in any event. So if this area is to be used by people who are strolling on a piece of grassed area, and others are sitting elsewhere further to the north. There really isn't anything there seen in context, Mr. Felton, which suggests the overall quality of this space is poor, simply because you have a result at 212 indicating that you wouldn't be sitting for long periods of time reading a paper.
Well, if I look at that whole area, well, we've highlighted in the earlier part that this is an area which would benefit from sun, 2 hours. This is the part of the site that does. Other than that, we've got an allotment, we've got a play space. This is an obvious place if somebody wanted to relax. Bear in mind, this is, instead of their private amenity space, this would be an obvious place to do that. Well, if it's windy, it's not going to be. If it's too windy for sitting, it's not going to be that obvious place, which is unfortunate.
Let's just place this in context, Mr. Felton. Standing is gentle breeze in a context where you've accepted the daylight quality, the sunlight quality is going to be good in this location. So seen in those terms, there isn't any issue at all with a part of a wider amenity area which receives good daylight and sunlight throughout the year. Having one area where one can expect people to move around possibly more than sitting down, which is also offered in other areas of the site.
That's
right, isn't this?
I think this. If I look at this overall, I'm concerned that this is an area which is away from the play areas, and is one of the places where you might well want to do that. And if the Lawson criteria is saying in the summer that this isn't going to be comfortable for sitting, and we're expecting people to use this throughout the year, then it doesn't look like it will necessarily, serve the purpose which one might expect it to do so. These have got sort of shape to them that there's mounds and things like that. This is, I don't think, an obvious area where you would, if you were to be walking through there, you'd have to be going up the mounds and then across the space. This would seem a place where you would go to sort of get away from whatever activity may be going on, play spaces or allotments or whatever.
Right, well, can I ask this pick that up with other witnesses, but we can see how that needs to be put into context. Mr. Felton, we simply don't accept that a standing result in that location is anywhere near suggestive of an issue with its space. Now, is it fair to say then that these areas that we've been discussing on the amenity level to try and save time are really the central issues that you're raising as far as wind are concerned?
Yes, I mean I think there are wind issues at the higher levels, but this being the main amenity area for the majority of residents, particularly those in Tower 1 who don't have access to amenity space, then yeah, this is important.
Okay, well, you mentioned other areas. I mean, rooftop amenity. Perhaps we should just deal with that briefly, given the answer that you've given. if we take out, please, paragraph 612 in the Shilton's proof on page 19 internally. Her reply on amenity, upper level amenity spaces for T2 and T3. Standing conditions reported for some locations. These locations only marginally miss the desired sitting criteria threshold, with the lowest being 92% against a target of 95%, when residents can comfortably sit out during the summer season, a difference of around 3 days. So again, I don't understand you to dispute those results Ms. Shilton's provided in her evidence, do you?
No, I don't. No.
So again, put the point to you, 92% at its lowest against a target of 95. That is not material in the grand scheme of things, is it, Mr. Felton?
We're just trying to work out what the 92% means. Okay.
Back to Lawson criteria.
I mean, I guess what I'm not sure of, but not being an expert, is at what point you go from standing to strolling, if that's the next one.
Well, the criteria are set out on page 8 in Ms. Shilton's proof. And the idea is that you need to achieve those levels 95% of the time, and otherwise you move on to the next level.
Right, okay.
So yeah. For the purposes of those criteria, there is a level set, but as with daylight and sunlight, these things are a matter of gradation. You don't dispute Ms. Shilton's evidence that although parts of that space drop below the 95% that would bring you within sitting, it's to a very minor extent, involving essentially 3 days worth. Now, that's in the grand scheme of things, Mr. Felton, with all the other issues that we need to get through, that's just not really material, is it?
No, I'm not raising an issue there.
Okay, thank you very much. And just finally, briefly, thermal comfort. Nothing said about our thermal comfort analysis in your rebuttal, was there, Mr. Felton?
No, I don't believe so.
No dispute taken with any of the analysis in Ms. Shilton's proof, either in terms of the methodology or the results. That's right, isn't it?
I mean, in terms of the methodology, I can't really comment on that, to be honest.
No, but you don't dispute the methodology of the result, is my question. You don't dispute it, do you?
I'm not disputing the methodology, no.
Thank you very much. I mean, there was a reference to the City of London. I think there's almost a sort of throwaway comment, if I may say so, about it being devised for workers sitting in cafes. Again, I can ask Ms. Shilton to comment on her experience with this, but would you accept that it applies to any development over 25 metres in the city, first of all?
I'm not sure. I mean, I presume it applies in the City of London, but it's not.
Obviously, there's more to the City of London. I think we can accept this than workers sitting in cafes outside their office buildings, isn't there?
I think the guidance was in general designed around people who work in the City of London being able to
show me that then, please, Mr. Felton. Where in your evidence are you going to demonstrate that's the purpose behind the guidance? Refer me to a document which confirms that, please.
I've read the guidance. Do we have the guidance under? I don't know. Not sure it's under the documents. Here, maybe it is. but I have read the guidance. I mean, it's as you'll be aware, in terms of there are people that live in the City of London, but it is much more predominantly an office location.
Yes, but you can't point me to any part of the guidance. We'll pick us up in the Shilton if necessary, but it applies to any development, including residential development in the city, doesn't
it? Well, I think the purpose of the guidance was largely around that. It also talks about bringing amenity levels up to higher levels to gain access to sun and things like that. But
it gets back to the earlier proposition. I mean, there's more to the city than workers sitting in cafes. The guidance, again, I asked Ms. Shilton to pick this up, applies to anywhere where the public are going to dwell, whether they be workers, residents, visitors, or even involving the relaxation or children's play areas. The guidance applies to all parts of the city, not simply cafes frequented by workers.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever said that it just applies to cafes, to residents, to office workers going to cafes.
Right,
so.
it applies to a wide range of spaces where the public are going to dwell, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
Right, so let's just move on then, unless you wanted to add anything. I don't mean to cut you short.
It's just obviously that it's very different place and environment, and it is a different purpose to what we're talking about here. And obviously, it's not a document. It's a very recent document, but it's not one that we've used in relation to Tolworth.
No, I know you haven't used it, but again, the thinking behind the approach is that it provides something holistic which contextualizes wind and daylight and sunlight studies. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, I mean that seems to be the intention. I mean, it seems to me that obviously we've looked at sunlight, we've looked at wind, and those are the two main things that we need to look at. I mean, the guidance starts to talk about daylight. I mean, daylight if you're sitting, getting access to daylight isn't necessarily going to keep you warm, because you're effectively sitting in shade if you're not sitting in sunlight. So,
well, hold on a second. I mean, let's just be clear. I mean, it's you haven't sort of disputed the methodology that's been used. My question at the end of the longest day, just trying to be clear about this, is that it's a holistic approach which contextualizes daylight, sunlight, and wind throughout the year. That's right, isn't it?
Yeah, in the City of London, yes.
Well, it identifies a methodology for looking at thermal comfort holistically, so that you can contextualize daylight, sunlight, and wind. That's the general approach to thermal comfort study, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean that was the bit that I read, but when you talk about daylight, sunlight, and wind, well, we've talked about wind and sunlight. The daylight to me doesn't seem to. I wasn't very clear quite what that added, but that's, you know, well, I'm not an expert.
No, well, I think that's the point, frankly, Mr. Felton. I mean, the daylight and sunlight study, as we discussed, is based on looking at a snapshot of 21st of March in any year. Part of the rationale for the thermal comfort work is to put that into context by looking holistically at daylight, sunlight, and wind throughout the year. So there's a difference, isn't there?
Well,
isn't there, Mr. Felton?
The wind and sunlight is looked at throughout the year.
Well, the daylight and sunlight work, just to be clear, I don't want to prolong this unnecessarily. The daylight and sunlight work that we have been looking at under the BRE guidance is related under the guidance the 21st of March, whereas I hope you can accept, and I'll ask Ms. Shilton to confirm as the expert in this field, that the whole idea behind the thermal comfort study is to effectively sort of synthesize daylight, sunlight and wind and apply it throughout the year to provide a context for the other assessments. I don't think you're in a position to dispute that that's the technical purpose of this work. Mr. Feltham, are you?
Yeah, but I think you said a number of times that we've talked about daylight. Well, we haven't really talked about daylight. We've talked about sunlight and wind.
All right, fair enough. But that's with respect avoiding my question. The purpose of the thermal comfort work is to take a holistic approach to, on the one hand, wind, and on the other, daylight, sunlight, overshadowing, however you want to call it. And you're not.
Yes, that's the purpose.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
And again, if one is using this work for reasons that Ms. Shilton will explain, you do not dispute the fact that the annual thermal comfort results for the podium deck show the overall comfort conditions are excellent, as Ms. Shilton describes them. You don't dispute that, do you? On the podium deck.
So, the majority of podium reported all season, which means comfortable residence use throughout the year. Small areas reported seasonal, comfortable spring, autumn. So yes, I accept that. Yeah, on the second floor. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So again, just returning to where we started on daylight, sunlight, and wind, and so on. If one looks at that thermal comfort study to contextualize the results that we've been discussing for the last couple of hours, most, if not all, of the areas which, on your view, are not ideal as far as overshadowing or wind are concerned on the deck, they are part of an area which produces excellent comfort conditions under the thermal comfort analysis. That's right, isn't it?
Well, I don't know about excellent. It says that it will be comfortable for residents to use.
So let's just take that then. I mean, I can ask Ms. Shilton as to why they're excellent, but you accepted under that methodology that any of those areas that we've been discussing under the wind or overshadowing issues, they will be comfortable for residents to use throughout the year. Correct?
I have to accept that. It is
Thank you.
Somewhat surprising, given that we know there's some areas that are in shadow for quite a lot of the time. But yes, I accept that.
So comfortable for residents throughout the year. Thank you very much. Thank you, ma'am. That's probably a convenient point.
Thank you. Just a reminder then, Mr. Feltham, that you are still under cross-examination, so you're not allowed to speak to anybody about the case at all. We will continue tomorrow morning, so I will adjourn until 9:30.
Thank you very much,
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you.